joyful or sad. No need to ask. No need to ask.
La-da-dee, la-da-doo, la-da-da. What's up? Hey everyone, welcome back to another Project Feline Devstream. How are you boys doing? Good, hopefully. My timing is literally perfect? Oh, I wouldn't go that far. Running a bit late today. Sorry, boys. But I'm here. I've just been munching on this here, some muesli bar thing, so I don't get hungry later. Because I've noticed after about an hour I start getting hungry, so we're gonna fight hunger. Alright, how's Gabi doing? Let's have a look. So, I have some disappointing news. I haven't really had any time to work on her this week. I've been really busy doing a very fun task called file management. So I'll show you what I have been doing. Some of it has to do with Gabi. So in my devlogs, right, I've got 38 episodes, and it isn't organized very well. So I've been reorganizing all of that footage, because I want to make more content this year, but I don't want it to be complete hell like it has been for a while. So I've spent most of my time this week on recataloguing 5 years worth of footage, which has taken up a lot of time. So I haven't really been animating at all. But I found all of this footage from the first model when I did that, and there's actually a lot of unused footage which I've thrown out. So I've saved gigabytes and gigabytes and gigabytes and terabytes and petabytes of space on my hard drive here. I did find some old memes as well, like this one. Which is so true, isn't it? Even all this time later. It's very true. Very true. And then I found, yeah, there's just a bunch of old time lapses of doing old Gabi's shader, some old screenshots of how she used to look. Look, this is what I thought was good normals. God damn. So it's been a trip to go back and at all this stuff and just look at it and see sort of where things were. I've also got like time-lapse footage of the old rig of how it used to work. So yeah, that's kind of cool. I didn't even know I had most of this stuff, but I must have used this in a video at some point. So it's been a interesting journey to go and redo and just sort everything and rename everything. So I'm currently at the stage where I'm just renaming all these files to a consistent naming convention. And the convention I'm using is pretty cool. I know this has nothing to do with rigging or animating, but this is important stuff that I'm learning, and I think it's handy. So the file naming convention I'm using for these is I'm sorting them by date and time, and then, if applicable, by subject matter, which is not always applicable, which is why I've always had a big problem naming files, because it's like, well, what do I call this? I have a screen recording of Unreal that goes for 2 hours. What do I call it? And I used to call it something stupid. I used to call it like, oh, Feline version 0.10 blueprint or something, but I'm finding that it's a lot easier to name stuff like this because you have to make less choices. And that's if you have a bad system of naming stuff, you end up with this thing called decision fatigue, which is what I've been having, which is why my video output has just steadily decreased over time, because it comes to all these little things. I know this is like a huge folder, but there are other folders that are not as big, like this one. This is all this footage of time-lapsing blueprints. And it's still like, it doesn't look like as many files. Like, this is a relatively smaller folder, but that's 17 gigabytes right there of all this. So the Gabi folder is one of the biggest ones. But it's been, so you can see that these, even though it's a completely different folder, these are being named in the consistent convention as well now. So this has all been renamed. It used to be called something else. I don't know what it used to be called, but now I'm sorting it by date, time, in 24-hour time. This is called the ISO 50 standard, I believe. And then some clips do not have an applicable subject. So for example, me doing like face cam bits, I would just leave it. I would just name the file like that instead if it was, or like this live stream. When I save this live stream VOD, it's probably going to be called something like this. And it makes it so that I don't have to make as many folders, which is good. And it makes it so that I can kind of, everything will have a unique name because there's no possible way I can record two things at the exact same time. And there's a lot of benefits, a lot of reasons. It'll take a bit to explain all of it, but that's what I've been mostly doing this week. So anyway, we're gonna get to the fun stuff now and do some animating. So where we left off last time, I think it was, we were doing blocking poses, and I haven't done blocking for everything yet. We've got a few things like grinding, and we've got idle, and we've got a run, and I need like a sprint. That's one I need, so we might get a start on that, just to start us off. So I'll make a new action, call it sprint, and we'll key this some pose, and then we'll start posing it around. Hello, Cosmic. Hello, everyone. Sorry, I was just so engrossed in my file naming, I forgot you guys were here, and I was just talking to myself. Version numbers suck because there's no automation? Precisely. And also, my versioning standards changed, so it becomes kind of useless to name things with a version if you change what standard you use halfway in. So, you know, it's not perfect. Yeah, Sozu knows. Dates over versions. I think in footage, yeah, absolutely. Oh, thanks, Scott. Sorry, I'm just... a bunch of messages just showed up. There must have been some delay, but a bunch of messages just came in right now. Gulliver says the old rig was basically some sort of tracing type thing of a tutorial. Well, the new rig is kind of the same, but I just kind of know more a bit. But thanks for the compliment. He says to say Ray got better would be an understatement. Well, I hope so. I hope. I actually have made a few improvements to the rig. Because here's the funny thing is that Gabi's old rig, which I do have open on my other screen, because we're going to be doing this running pose, because with the run, what we're going to do, we're going to keep it very similar to her current one, because I like the current one. I think it's kind of cool. And I think a lot of you like this as well. So we're going to do something similar, but it's going to be better because, you know, she has correct proportions now. But the old rig, if you can look, it's actually like very similar. Like it's the same, it's cut from the same cloth, but it's being put on a better model. I think that's kind of where the improvements, if I had to say where improvements were made, it was probably just in the model itself. Because a rig, you can have the most amazing rig ever, but it won't matter if the model underneath is not a good base. You know what I'm saying? So that's why, even though a lot of the bone names and stuff are identical, it'll just look better because it's, you know, it's new Gabi. It's Gabi that's been fed a bit more, has a bit more muscle on her, and that has been in the sun and doesn't have like pasty white skin anymore. You know what I mean? But yeah. So, first key pose, let's go. So I'm gonna have her old pose open on my other screen, and I'm just going to be kind of like using that as a reference. Yeah, the Gabi that doesn't stick arm day, that's right. Was the old one using inverse hull? Yep. The new one will, but I'm gonna do it differently. Because I learned that the inverse hull is actually not done in the modeling program, it's supposed to be done in the engine with a special shader, which I have yet to make. So instead of applying a solidify modifier, I'm gonna do something else where it's like on the material, on the actual material, there'll be a function that creates that outline, but it has to use the vertex colors from a certain channel to adjust the thickness. So it isn't a post-processing thing. It's important that that's observed, because the thing I want to do you can't do with post-processing, but it's some kind of like material thing in the actual material. But we'll get to that at the end, because we can do that later. So you might notice there's a few new controllers here. One of them is this bad boy, which I added just this morning. This is called the center of gravity, and because here's the thing, with some of her jumps and stuff, I said I wanted her to be more acrobatic, and you might notice. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll open Unreal and I'll show you something about her old model that made doing acrobatics difficult as hell. But when you're doing flips, to give you an idea, when you're doing like backflips and stuff, your center of gravity changes. So if you want to like have Gabi, if she's like extended out like really far and she's like leaning to one side, her center of gravity is going to not be the same compared to if she's like tucked up in a ball, right? And if we look at some of her old animations, I'll see if I can, because I don't want to touch the Blender document right now because I have a certain clip open, but I'll just show you it in here in Unreal. But you see how when she rolls, this was like her old roll animation, you see that she's like shuffling about a little bit on the ground. She's meant to be like doing a roll. And firstly, her form is not great. Her feet should be pointed. And well, she doesn't have shoulders, so she can't really wrap her arms around her legs because she has no shoulders. But you see how she's kind of bumping clumsily up and down? And it looks kind of awkward, like she's sort of going like that. That's because I had to manually pose her from frame to frame near the ground, which was hard to do because if you rotate her torso, normally, it rotates from like her just below her navel. And if you're tucked up in a ball and you're flipping, like if you're on a trampoline doing a somersault, you would not rotate around that pivot because your center of gravity would now be further in front of you. It wouldn't be there. So to counteract that, I just moved the entire rig to try and compensate for the change in center of gravity, which you can see is not really working out so well because she glitches about. So instead, to solve this time, I've made another bone, which is not a deformed bone, it's just a parent bone called center of gravity. And the idea is that when she's doing a flip, I move the center of gravity and the hips relative to where they should be. So if she's gonna do a somersault or something, like a backflip, then it would be like this. Let's say just ignore her legs, just focus on her torso, just to show you. So if we're gonna do a backflip, we move the center of gravity here and then just rotate this pivot and have her like and she rotates around that axis now. So if you imagine her legs sort of doing like a nice sort of circular shape around it, which I should probably make these, I don't know if I can make those parented to this. I'll have to work that out at some point. But we do have a pivot for that now. So it basically acts like a pivot through which I can make her do flips. So it's basically like a flip bone, more or less. But it does a bit more than that. But it makes her doing flips a lot easier, because instead of having to manually compensate her center of gravity with the entire rig, I can just position it and rotate the whole thing, so I don't get this problem anymore. So there's a few more little tweaks like that I've had to do as well, which I've yet to finish. For instance, it was like maybe a few weeks ago on one of the rigging streams, mentioned if I was going to implement these helper bones that Arc System Works rigs have, and I've started implementing them, but I haven't done the weight painting on them yet, because I just want to get the basic poses, and then I want to sort of go back and forth between making little improvements to the rig and stuff. So in Arc System Works rigs, for instance, they'll have like an additional bone on places like the hips and the knees and the elbows, which just controls the specific elbow area. So for the knee, for instance, they have a bone that it just controls the angle that the knee's facing. So if you have the knee bent, you can have the kneecap stick out, which just this morning, I've got it hidden right now, but just this morning I added a little widget for that, but I don't have it configured with the vertex paints yet, because that takes a bit more time. But yeah, it's those will be things that are like the cherry on top, just to make it look a bit less, make everything deform a bit more naturally. But for our purposes currently, I'm confident we can do a lot of the foundational work on the animation without that stuff. At least this is kind of the main important one, this one anyway, this pivoting bone, which is why I took the time to implement that first. Because that one, I don't... Like, those little tweak bones you can add in later and it won't destroy the rig or the animations. You can iterate on that. But with this gravity bone, if I'm going to be doing somersaults and stuff, which we might get to today, then you'd want that bone there, like now. Because you don't want to have to go back and redo stuff later. Alright, so I'm just studying how I had her pose. Because it's very exaggerated. It's not at all like a normal run, but I guess that kind of works. And I can do a tail as well. So I'll try and get some blocking for the tail as well. So I think in this, I'm trying to think, because she would be pushing up from the ground here. So let me just study the old pose. No, she'd be, No, I think I'll have it sort of neutral. I was wondering whether to like have it swoop down, but I think I'll kind of have it neutral like this. Maybe a bit relaxed. And then and then we'll rotate it a bit to the side. So it's sort of, because cats can't run like this, so I have to decide, because it would look weird if it wasn't going side to side, I think. But I have to think what side it should go on. Should it try and follow her left leg or her right leg? I think it should go away from the leg that's sticking out, so it stays out of the way. So we'll rotate it a bit to her right. And what I'll do as well, we'll clench her fists, because I think on the current run, her fists kind of alternate between opened and closed, but I think I want to keep them clenched this time. See how we'll use that as a starting point anyway. So I'm using symmetry, because we're going to do it on both, so I've got X symmetry on to do this. Oh, it's just a bit hard with her leg in the way there. Because, yeah, her fist is on a bit of an angle, so it's a bit hard for me to look around. Because of the I'm trying to look at it from this way. There we go. Oh, come on. Yeah, we go. And I think we could maybe do a bit more bend on those. Okay, that doesn't look like the way it normally looks when it's clenched. Do I have to bend these? Yeah, maybe a bit more. There we go. Alright, that'll do. I'll turn off the background. Oh. So that's what I'm not going to do it with shading on all the time, but that's sort of how it looks. It looks a bit less awkward with the material. Here, because of the normals, I still haven't fixed it on this side of the body yet, but that's not priority 1 right now, so that's something I could do later. What I should do as well, hold on. I'll see if I can screen record this for the devlog, because I've been using a plugin, a time-lapse plugin, but it doesn't really do good for like things, like it does like a different kind of time-lapse to what I usually do. So I will, real quick, make sure this is going, because this will have it without the stream overlay and stuff on it, so I have some B-roll to use. So I'll turn off all my audio, because I usually record these at a low frame rate. So let me do that real quick. So I'll set the quality, like audio quality at like the lowest, because there's not going to be any audio. Frame rate at like 15. And I'll just set that going, just before I forget. Sozu needs to set up fist clench actions. Hell yeah, you gotta have that fist clenching. It's the coolest. Alright. Oh, hold on. Real quick, I gotta close something. There's something in the background that runs, and it, for whatever reason, it's like the BattleNet launcher or something, and for whatever reason, throughout the day, it's been like opening to like re-log in, and it shows like my email and password, so I'm gonna make sure that's closed, because who knows, it might pop up. So that shouldn't happen now. Why is she so wrinkly? Look, so on one side she's fine, but on the other side, because I'm using the mirror modifier still, it's the normals don't like a mirror modifier. But again, it's something I know I've fixed before. I don't remember how I fixed it, but it's like, I'm gonna do that at the end, because I have kind of bigger priorities right now than that. So it's like, I can probably, like, I can get the animations and stuff, all of that sorted, and then I can like worry about this. Like, that's something I can do later. But yeah, it just looks a bit wrinkly. It looks like we've dipped half her body in water. So yeah, that's the lore reason, guys. It's because she was taking a shower and she like half was in there and half wasn't. That's why. See, it's not an accident, it's lore. Trust me, guys. Okay, her back doesn't. Or, well, this pose that I've frozen it on is not a very. It's not like a key pose. It's like an in between. So what I might do, I'm gonna move on to I'm gonna copy this to another keyframe. And cause I'm just trying to copy the old run. But the thing I'm doing right now is I'm doing a, just blocking poses. I'm doing this a little differently than last time. Cause last time I did the more traditional 3D animation thing where you do like curves and all this stuff, and I'm not going to do that this time. I'm going to just do the old school traditional style that the Arc System devs did, where you and I've just noticed that I didn't have auto key on. Hold on. But I'm going to do the old school, like, what do they call it? Not pose to pose, that's it. Not straight ahead. We're gonna just do pose to pose with no interpolation. We're gonna not worry about curves. And we're gonna sort of do it how an anime studio would. So let me save that pose, because this might be an in-between from the looks of it, because there is a more extreme... I'm looking through the old animation and there's more extreme poses that I should probably do. I think it's for whatever reason, it looks like the animation starts not at an extreme pose, which is, I don't know. So I'll start off at frame 2 instead, which looks like a pose that should be there. And that looks more like a key pose. It's the sort of where her legs are kind of over the top of each other. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, one sec. I just noticed that this was also mirrored the wrong way. Because her animation starts on her right, with her right leg forward. Oh, I had it paste flipped, that's why. Hold on. Out of instinct, I always hit paste flipped. Okay, there we go. Alright, now we'll take this one and we'll make this in-between pose. Well, not an in-between. I would say this is more of a key pose where it's like her legs are... No, hold on, let me think. No. We'll pick a different one. Because maybe that is kind of more of an in-between, but there's this other one. You can't see it on my other screen, but it's a very extreme, like, with her knee fully up. So that sounds like a better place to start. So we'll do that. Alright. So in this version... I'll like, So in this pose, this is definitely a key pose, because her knee is like fully extended, and then this is like, down here. It's this sort of very like launching off the ground type pose, which is one of my favorites. So that sounds like a good place to start. Now this foot has to be rotated kind of awkwardly like that. And again, this is going to be very extreme. This is not going to be realistic at all. This is like highly stylized anime run. So I'll like move her feet a bit closer together. And her fist kind of comes up Tom Cruise style all the way. It goes pretty high up. It goes like up here. But the thing is, here's something funny, because when I was doing this pose the first time on her old model, I actually went way softer with these extreme poses, and it looked awkward. So even though it looked more realistic in the editor, when I had it in game, it looked very stiff. So it's like, okay, I gotta go very extreme with these. And then when I played it in game, it looked normal. So it's kind of weird like that. Oh, excuse me. So this, yeah, so like, it'll look uncomfortable, but when it's in motion, it'll look correct. Just gotta be careful with this shoulder. And then the hips have to twist a bit. You gotta twist like that way. I think. Maybe the other way. No, definitely to her this way. Yep. So already we're kind of getting, if I'm looking at it from the back, because that's the profile we're going to be seeing, it looks alright, because I'm just comparing it. Except she seems to lean a bit more on the old one. So I'll see if I can, because she's pretty straight right now. But also, I'll have to like sort of put in my own my own more experienced sensibilities of what I want to try and keep and what I don't. Because in the old, for her walk cycle, for instance, for those that were here last week, her old walk cycle, she was a lot less stable. Like, she would rock from side to side a lot. And in the newer one I did, she is very centered. So it isn't like the old one, but it's a bit more sensible. So I have to kind of make that call here of, do I want her leaning a lot? And I think I don't know, I don't think I do. I think, to show you what I mean, if we look at it with isometric, without perspective, you can see that her leg is sort of going, it's like she's sort of falling a bit to the side. But it's kind of, yeah, you can kind of see the proportions being weird now because her head is way too big. But if I turn perspective on, that's sort of how it looks in game, so her feet do look a bit bigger. But that's how it... But yeah, there's a lot of side-to-side movement, which I don't know if I want to keep. Like, I like the way the arms and legs move, like the rhythm and the sort of flair of it, but the torso side to side, I'm not sure if I want to keep that in. Because I do remember when I was doing this, when I was touching this up, might have been a year ago, I didn't like how her hips looked a bit too still, which is still the case, but I think it's only because the rest of the body is moving so much, so maybe that might have been what it was. Because if you look at between these two frames, her hips kind of don't move, which is a bit weird. Now that I think that's what I was trying to get at. So I'll go back to the pose I was on. It was this pose that we're trying to remake. And this is it. Well, yeah, there's still this, she looks like she's over, it doesn't look as natural yet. We need more stretch. She looks a bit cramped. Oh, thanks, Lord Ranch Sauce. That's an epic name. Nice to see the tail not rip through the back anymore. Yeah, well, let's hope it doesn't do that when we import it into Unreal, because we did have some problems last week. When we chucked it into Unreal, the forehead was doing some weird stuff. So let's hope the tail behaves. Okay. So I'm just trying to think what this needs. Something about the shoulder, I think the thing that's difficult is that I'm gonna have a tough time emulating the upper body on the old one, because the upper body on the old one is broken as hell. So I'm gonna have to like come up with my own, what it should look like on the upper torso, with these new bulky shoulders that she's got now, which she didn't have before. So whatever I did on that old one is probably not gonna work. So I gotta get a feel for what is right. Because that's too much, right? But how much is enough? Maybe what I should do is maybe like take this and have the twist more in the shoulders than the entire torso. I know that I want this shoulder really up like that. Like that's an easy one, but this one... So my shoulder's facing out like that. So maybe... Oh, hers is kind of doing that too now. Because she's like she has to reach. Maybe that'll do. But something about her neck doesn't look right. It looks uncomfortable. Maybe she has to bend her neck forward more. But yeah, that looks a bit nicer. But not too much. That's the tricky thing. Because she's not like she doesn't have like gamer posture. But at the same time, she has to be really leaning into this run. It's also a bit tricky because her arms are longer, because the old model's arms were just too short, like proportionally they were too short. So maybe if I look at this from a different angle, because if I think about where her eyesight and her POV is, and if you're going to do this pose, you don't want the fist in front of you, you want it sort of off to the side like that. Or you want it kind of under you. Oh yeah, this is giving me kind of a Ben 10. I swear I've seen Ben 10 in this pose. Like I can picture the Omnitrix on the wrist and Gabi exclaiming that it is indeed hero time. So maybe we'll keep that. That looks a bit... Because having it go up like that, even on the old model actually doesn't look that good. Because it looks like, you try doing that, it's very unnatural. So maybe we have it kind of like that or something. But also I gotta keep the elbows in check because they can't stick out too much. They have to be sort of, they can't be sticking out like chicken wings as well, because that'll won't be practical. So maybe like this. What if I have her leaning even more? Like that. Oh boy. Actually, hold up. Let me cook, okay? Maybe this will work. Let me do a save. And let me like... Oh. Every degree I'm liking it more. Except here it looks like she's a bit too high off the ground. Okay, that might be a bit, maybe this might be a little too much. So we'll go back a degree. Just a degree. No. Yep. And then we'll move all that down. Because we just gotta make sure her leg is not gonna like break itself, right? But we'll have this intentionally, we'll stretch it more than it should be stretched for that cool effect. Okay, now this is epic. Just wondering how much we should bend her foot there. Oh, actually this looks a bit nicer. I like that, looks a bit more comfortable. Now this is where the helper bones I mentioned earlier would come in handy. So I don't have them set up yet, but once I get those in, you can see that her what would you call that? Her there's a proper name for it. There is a proper name for it. Her left buttock is sort of getting a bit squished. Now when the Arc System Works rigs, they have an additional bone in there which just rotates that area, which I haven't set up yet. But once I have that set up, I'd be able to kind of take this sort of area and have it kind of rotate a bit more with the leg. It's a weird kind of thing that you can't really do with just the default humanoid bones. It's something that, because you wouldn't want it to follow the leg the same, have the same influence in every pose. Like if you have the leg bending the other way, you want to kind of position it differently. So that's something I will set up at a later point in time, just to touch up those poses. But for the moment, like this, if you don't pay attention to that, like you can, on the other side of the leg, for instance, that's kind of fine. The way that that's sort of, like I've tried to model in sort of a stretch crease here, so that when she has her leg up like this, the mesh kind of will contract naturally at that point. So her muscle and the way the leg is there, it kind of folds into themselves. But if you go even further back, if I take that leg and go even further, oh, like this. Oh, hold on, it's not letting me move it. There we go. Like when you start doing this, you can start to see it starts to go back inwards. So you'd have that helper bone. You would just rotate that whole area back up to stop it from doing this. But yeah, that's something we'll set up later, because that's kind of boring. But this is actually, it's still better than the old model. It's still better than the old model, so that's fine. The old models, oh dear, I'm just looking at that area now and it's completely, for reference, this is where we came from, where she didn't really have any muscles at all. Can I turn wireframe on without, I want to just hide the rig. So yeah, like look at this. Look at that. Do you see this? So this is what we came from. So in comparison, it's not so bad, guys, okay? Look at that. Look at it. It's disgusting. So we're doing okay. We're doing okay. Even though it could be a little bit better with the helper bones, we're doing okay compared to where it started. So I'm gonna just leave. I'm gonna leave that on wireframe actually, and I'll turn off solidify so that it's easier. It's less resource heavy. Yeah, a lot of squares. Did I do the weight painting again? Well, I'm gonna have to do a little bit more on some of these areas, but I'm glad it's your favorite because it's certainly not mine. Okay, I reckon that's all right. Let's get the next pose going. Auto key is on, which is good. So what's the next? The next sort of pose. Okay, it was sort of similar to that one we started with actually. But what we'll do next, we'll do this on frame 8. I think it's frame 8. Yeah, frame 8. So this is where it goes like up a bit, and we start having the legs. We start having this leg, or it's the other. This leg has come down, and then the other one is on its way up. Actually, no. Well, I don't want to do that one right now. It's better. I think it's better if I pick an earlier pose. Yeah. One moment. Frame 7. Sort of this. This is where these are meant to connect, and this is the one I started with earlier. And well, we're gonna turn off that interpolation. Okay, you can see that there's a bit of a disparity here. It's a bit too different. So, it's coming up way too much now. What I might do actually, I'll remake this pose, but using the previous one as a starting point, so I know how far I've gone from it. So it's gonna go from this to this one where her foot's touching the ground. So I'll start with this one instead. That'll be a bit, so then I know like how much I've moved everything, because the other one is too different. So this has to be kind of here. We're gonna rotate that knee a bit. Oh wow, thanks so much Choester for the $10. Didn't know she started streaming again, so I got the chance to binge all your other streams from the past months. Nice to be back. Thank you. Thanks so much for watching those. I appreciate it. I know that they're not the most highly edited, entertaining content. It's just, you know, me doing work. But I appreciate you watching them. It means a lot. And thanks so much for the support too. It's very, very, very kind. Is there any way you could just redo the bone work to make the polygon spread? The answer to that will take 40 minutes to explain, but I'm sure let's just say if there was, I would have done it. But yeah, for those that had been watching, I think it was like, I don't know how many weeks ago now, but I do remember explaining something along the lines of how when I did Gabi's first model, I vastly underestimated the relationship between topology and rigging and like weight paints. So along those lines, what was the question? It was like, redo the bone work. The thing is with the bones is that they have to be positioned in a very specific way. There are right and wrong ways to put the bones. and I've put a lot of, when we were doing the modeling stuff, I remember, now I remember a bit more. I remember when I was doing the modeling, it didn't make a lot of sense to everyone at the time, but I kept saying, like when I would topologize like the hips or something, there was like some weird stuff I was doing, and I said, guys, trust me, it has to be done this way for this way later step in the future where it'll pay off. And it probably didn't make any sense yet because I hadn't gotten up to rigging. But when you start like progressing and keep doing it, a lot of those decisions, like the way I've topologized this, I know that this is still, because of the helper bones not being there, it's not 100%, it's like 90%, but if I hadn't done that right, it'd be like 20%, like it'd be pretty bad, like I did with the old one. Because yeah, a lot of the time, just to give you I'm trying to think of the short version to answer that with. It's sort of like, let me think. It's like you have to, with the you have to kind of like model with the rig in mind in a sense, which I didn't really know how to do that well before. And I learned what I used to do with my older models is that I would have to spend more time weight painting than the modeling, and that's why I hated weight painting so much. But what I learned was that if you topologize something a certain way, you end up not having to weight paint as much. Now that wasn't the case all the time with this model, especially for like the face and the hair, because the topology there is very unusual for shading reasons. But for the body, that was like the quickest phase because the topology had been designed a certain way so that when I hit just auto rig, it was like already 80% of the way there with just automatic. And now that's not something that used to happen. When I used to hit auto rig, I used to have to spend a lot longer getting it to play nice with my model, and even then it didn't really. Like you saw that the topology on Gabi's old hips, right? That didn't quite go well anyway, despite the probably weeks of manual weight painting I did on that. And it's mostly, yeah, it comes down to like this harmony of topology and bone placement and weight paints. You have to get all three of those right. And yeah, that's sort of the short version of that. So I just gotta think with this fist, that this sort of comes a bit lower at this point. It's just, yeah, because now I'm sort of deviating a bit from the pose because I'm trying to improve it. So it's not a one-to-one exactly what her old pose was, but it's sort of adjacent to it. It's in the same, like, what do you call it? It's trying to be like the same feel, but with the newer topology, new proportions. I just gotta make sure I don't move her up too high, because if she moves up and down too much, it won't look good. It'll look, it won't look good. And then this tail has to, it has to kind of be a bit more relaxed. Oh, come on. Oh, thanks so much, Timothy, once again for the 10 Canadian bucks. Thanks so much, dude. You've supported the stream quite a bit, so thanks so much. Let's give it up for my, yeah, it says it's his third super, so let's give it up for Timothy here. Where's my, do I have a clap emoji? I don't use the emoji thing in YouTube hardly, so I'm assuming there's a, oh, it gives me all the emojis. Great, epic. I'm trying to find one. I can't, okay, come on. I should be able to just search clap and it should just work, right? There we go. Clap. Yeah. Oh, it asked me to pick what color clap I want. I just want the yellow Simpsons clap. There we go. Let's give it up for Timothy. Thanks so much. Damn Skillo says, I was following your YouTube vids, first time catching you streaming. What exactly are you animating right now? Running? Sprinting, indeed. Yes. Okay, now I have this big emoji window open and I'm trying to close it now. How do I get rid of, because now the chat window's tinier, how do I get rid of the emoji window? Okay, there we go, I found it. Yeah, nice, guys. That's a great applause. Vizzy says it's annoying you can't export shape key and drivers. I wish someone will invent a way to do that. Well, unfortunately, I don't know how either, which is why I avoided shape keys altogether, because I just had a intuitive gut feeling that if I had done shape keys, I would run into some kind of problem like that. And it's like, well, I'd like there to be not any more unpleasant surprises in this adventure, so I'm just gonna do all bones, because I understand bones. It's maybe it is easier doing it with shape keys or whatever, but if you were gonna take it to a game engine, it's like, I don't know. I think most people that have suggested that I use shape keys think that I'm just gonna have this in Blender, which in that case, that would make sense, but if I'm gonna be taking this to Unreal, I don't know. That kind of stuff, it just seems like trouble. I can't explain exactly why, but I don't know. Some of you are 3D artists probably, right? You know when you hear about something and you have this gut feeling that it's a nightmare to do and you should just not touch it? I don't know if anyone else gets that, but I get that a lot of the time with new technology. So for like, I don't know, there was some new Unreal Engine thing that someone had mentioned, like using, I don't know, like root motion movement or something. It was some Unreal 5 thing. And my instant reaction was like, oh, that sounds like that could go wrong. So maybe I just won't touch it. But then there's some things that doesn't happen. And that's when I decide to like try stuff. But a lot of things that I get recommended, I just like, oh yeah, well, no, one of them, I remember it now. It was just upgrading to UE5 altogether. Because I get asked quite often if I'm gonna, are you gonna upgrade to UE5? And I have to keep saying no, because my inner soul is telling me that I will regret it if I do. So I'm gonna listen to my soul and not do it. And I've been kind of, and here's the thing that I can't explain, is that whenever I don't listen to myself, I pay for it. It always goes wrong. So I've learned to just listen to like my instincts, and it always works. So it's like, I don't care what rationalization anyone else comes up with. If my little voice in my head's telling me not to do it, I'm gonna listen to the voice, because the voice somehow knows stuff that I don't know how to explain it, but it just knows, okay? And it's like, Ray, you don't want to be doing shape keys, you don't want to be, my voice sat me down one day and told me, or if you want to think of a better way to picture this, picture it like, it's like my demon from the Dark Materials, okay? So I have this demon, he's a kookaburra, she's a kookaburra, I should say, because it's meant to be the opposite gender, right? So picture my little demon, my little soul, my personified soul, this little kookaburra sitting on my shoulder, right? And she's telling me, if you upgrade to UE5 and use shape keys, it's over. And I say, okay, demon, I will listen, and I will avoid those things. So that's how my decision-making process goes, which sounds like a very roundabout and weird decision process, but it has worked. It came in handy another time when, for another project I was doing, I was working with a few other 3D artists, and they all wanted to jump ship to Maya, but none of us knew how to use it. And I thought, okay, I'm just gonna stick to the program we've been using this whole time and not try a new program. And everyone else was like, oh, but Maya's meant to be, I think we were using 3ds Max at the time. And they all said, oh, but Maya's better than 3ds Max. And it's like, well, look, maybe it is. But with the deadline we were under, I was like, I know that if I try and learn a new thing right now with the situation, that it's gonna end badly. My demon's telling me it's not gonna end well, so I'm gonna stick to the clunky 3ds Max way, but I know that way, so I'm gonna stick to that. And then after 6 months, I had finished all my models before everyone else, and they all got pretty mad because I kept telling them to stop wasting time trying to learn a tool that they didn't really need to know at that point. And yeah, that's kind of where it began. That was like a long time ago though, but that's sort of where I started listening to my voice more after that situation. I don't know, does anyone else have that? Or is that, I don't know, maybe this sounds completely schizophrenic and crazy, but that's, I get that quite a lot. That sort of urge of that, I don't know, maybe that's just what intuition is, I have no clue. You kids and you're Unreal 5. I know, yeah. I sound like an old man when I complain about UE5. Back in my day, back in my day, we had Unity 3, where real-time shadows were a paid feature. Unironically, I don't know. Does anyone here use Unity 3 and remember those days? That was a time to be a game developer. I'm crazy and I'm right? Well, I'm right for me sometimes. Can you be crazy and right though? If you are right, then are you really crazy if you're right? That's the question. That's the one I want to know. If it's crazy, but if it's right, is it crazy? Or is it, I don't know. Is it just knowledge? Divine wisdom? I don't know. I don't know what you would call that. Okay. So we got some poses going now. What I'm going to do is take this and paste it here and flip it. So this is what I had started with. Oh, wrong pose. Hold up. Wait, what is that button? Okay, I don't want that on. Paste flipped. See how it's a little different? The hips are a bit further out. And the, yeah. What is that though? I don't remember doing this pose. Oh, that's not meant to be though. Let's get rid of that. All right, one more pose. Because I think the rest of these are all just mirrored from each other. In terms of key poses. Because I need one more pose to get a feel for the motion here. And that is on frame 8, which I might have to re-time these frames, because I don't like, we might have to adjust that a little bit. But on this frame, that's when we have the one I keep mentioning, where her legs are like underneath like this. So starting from this point is actually a lot easier now. So we'll do that. They hated him, but he told the truth. I mean, it's true, folks. Can it be both? I don't know, maybe. Maybe it can. Mugcup says, I mean, you're describing cautiousness paying off. It's not crazy, it's normal. Well, see, I think I'm starting to realize that now, I'm finding. But a lot of the time I was like, kind of, people around me would say that I was too cautious or whatever, or too pessimistic. But yeah, then the situations would unfold and it's like, oh, well, this is what I thought would happen. And I don't like being right about that stuff, believe me, I hate it, but it just kind of happens. But yeah, I've been, I don't know if I should get into this. This is a bit, because I've been thinking a lot lately about that gut feeling and what it, like, how to wield it. And this is more of a, because I don't know, the thing I like about being an indie developer is that you kind of have to solve problems like this, and I like these sorts of problems because there's specialist stuff that every dev sort of deals with, where it's like their animation program not acting the right way, or some weird bug happening, or your code is like breaking every 2 minutes. Like, there's those sorts of problems. But a lot of the problems I really find stimulating is sort of getting out of your own way type problems, where it's not technical, it's more like mindset type stuff, psychological problems. And because I do get asked about how, there was something I was asked recently of like, how do I not lose motivation or something? And that's the sort of that's the kind of issues I'm talking about, right? It's the sort of higher level stuff that is kind of an issue that extends beyond game development. These are kind of just every person will have these problems. And yeah, I had a rough time last year wrestling with what my gut was telling me and what my surroundings were telling me. And it got me, I don't know, it's a very stimulating problem. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with it, but it's like, it's been one of the most interesting things I've been wrestling with for the last year. And just last night, I finished reading that book I mentioned earlier, the Dark Materials trilogy. Someone a while ago tweeted at me and asked me if I had read it, and I hadn't. I'd only seen the movie, which was the 2007 film Golden Compass. I don't know if anyone remembers that movie, but it did well internationally, but it didn't do well in America, and for that reason they decided to can the trilogy altogether, so they only made one movie. But it was based on this book series, which, yeah, this guy asked me if I had read it, so I went and read it, and I finally finished it. This is months ago. It took me a while to read, because I'm not in the habit of, like, intense reading, and I have a lot to do, but I did manage to finish it last night, and they have this sort of same thing going on, where they have this instrument, the actual Golden Compass, which is the first book is based on. And after I finished reading it, it was like, oh, that's sort of like an analog for that intuition. Because the main character can read this thing, and it's a compass that like tells the truth with these symbols. And most people can't read it. Like, adults who read it have to like study it for like a lifetime to understand it. But the main character can just read it intuitively. But then, I don't know if I don't want to spoil the end of the book, but it gets really interesting, and I kind of like, when I was done with it, I was like, oh my god, that's like so brilliant. Like, as an instrument, as like a narrative device, because it does feel a lot like it represents that kind of intuition, and how as you kind of age, you sort of lose touch with it a bit, and you have to like work really hard to kind of reconnect with that sort of level. And the level is like this sort of flow state, because when she's reading this thing, she has to be in like a trance to understand it. But adults can't. They have to really try, whereas well, I don't know if every kid can, but Lyra in the story, she can just like do it just immediately. And it made me think about when I was a lot younger. I used to be able to do kind of the same thing with imagining stuff and like being creative. It would just come to me, but then when I got a bit older, it didn't happen so much. But now I don't know, because lately I've been feeling like not that way. Alright, real quick, I gotta focus on the tail, because the tail is bothering me. But I don't know if any of what I'm saying is making any sense, but it's I don't know, it's a very fascinating idea. I don't know what you would call it, if there's a word for it. There's a HBO Max show? Oh, cool. Oh, but you have to subscribe for HBO Max. Well, maybe someday. When I make $1 million with this game, I'll check it out. Delphic asked, do people actually respect game dev degrees? I thought those were usually a bit fluffy / scammy. Well, as someone who taught, not at degree level, but a little below that level, I will agree with you there. Oh man, if Tim's watching, he'll know what I'm talking about. But I've been scarred and traumatized by the academic realm. I was there for a few years, and I don't know, man. Look, if you're like me, it's not for you. But a lot of people are not like me. I think it really comes down to how much guidance you need. If you can't do things on your own and you need someone there to hold your hand through stuff, it isn't that bad. But if you can easily do things on your own, for me at least, it was a waste of time. And to back that up with a fact I can tell you, is that when I showed up to my first day of class in one of these, I did this little short course on animation once, and I show up the first day and the teacher just brings up a YouTube video of the 12 principles of animation, which I could have just watched for free at home. So, you know, that's just one of many stories, one of many, but just to give you, that was sort of the first red siren for me. But yeah, if you can learn it on your own, I would encourage you to do that. If you're like Lyra from the book, and you can pick up a golden compass and read it, you just do that, okay? Don't get too wound up in the sort of the academic side. A good barometer of how scammy it is, because this will depend, right? For me, I got a bad deal. Now, this might not be the case everywhere in the world, but Australia is pretty dry. But what you want to be looking at, if you're looking at education, if you want to do a course on this stuff, you want to look at who's teaching it. And you want to look at what they've actually done. Because if this person that's going to teach you something, if the only thing they've ever accomplished in life is academia, then that's all you will accomplish too. Because what the hell are they going to know if that's all they've done? You're only going to be as good as they are. And if they're only good enough for academics, then you're going to be good enough for academics too. And if that's what you want, that's fine. But me, I don't want that, because who the hell has heard of anyone in academia, right? So, but if that's not the case, and I haven't seen this, but maybe in some places in the world, like not Australia, maybe there are places where there is like a guy teaching it that has actually fought on the battlefield, that has actually done stuff. Maybe that guy you might want to listen to more. But you don't want to listen to them 100%. You should kind of criticize and question everything that you get told. If it like warrants it. Like if you get told something and something seems off about it, you should challenge it. And they're going to be pissed off at you, but that's kind of what you're there to do as a student. You're not there to just be a sponge and absorb whatever the hell they give you. I mean, you should absorb what they give you if you don't have that off feeling about it. Like if it seems sensible, then yeah, absorb it. But you shouldn't just, you should pick and choose what sounds and combine your own kind of, create your own lexicon of knowledge. But the reason, yeah, but if you've got someone that has not actually done anything teaching you something, you're not going to get like anything value. You're going to get YouTube tutorial level stuff, which you could learn for free, because that's probably where they learned it. So, and I speak from experience though. So it's like, yeah, that's what I would say. That's a bit of a longer answer, because I know it's a very hot thing, education. A lot of people have like a lot of views on it. But yeah, I'm not a big fan personally. But that's just because in my city, there's like no good schools. So that's just my perspective. But if you're in Europe or America or, you know, somewhere where there's an actual industry, you might have a different, it might be a bit different. I hope, at least I hope to God it's better than what I've seen here. I really hope so, but I don't know, I have my doubts. Gulliver says, speaks to my heart because my sister has been scanned by love courses, and I said to her, these are a waste of time. And they were, well, yeah, I mean, look, I don't want to say that's the case for everyone, but I know what you mean. But yeah, there's a lot I could say about that. It's a lot. But it would take too long. I gotta focus on these poses. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe one day I do a telling story stream where I just tell you about all this stuff I saw at these campuses. But maybe another time. That's just, I don't want to live those memories right now. Okay, that's I reckon that pose is all right, but I'm just not 100% on the tail. I don't actually. The tail is going to be kind of hard to do with these poses, so you might actually leave the tail alone, because my game theory here, because you guys know in animation there's pose to pose and straight ahead. When it comes to things like tails, for me at least, I can't do them pose to pose that well, so I'm gonna just leave that alone and do that straight ahead later on. So when we do another pass of these animations later, when we start doing the in-betweens, I'll start worrying about the tail at that point, because that's more of an extremity, right? It's meant to kind of flow. It's like trying to do fire pose to pose. You can't really do it. You have to just let it flow. So I might not worry too much about the tail at this phase. But let's look at the poses we do have. Oh. Okay. It's not looking too good. The timing is not good. Let's move this around on the timeline And let's separate these out a bit more evenly. Okay, something's not right. Oh, hold up. No, I see it. I see the problem. Aha. So yeah, I've done this kind of not the right way. Hold on. Bear with me. Just want to move this back. There we go. So I think this has to come here, but flipped. Well, I might have to make this a bit longer, actually. There we go. But I think on two, we have to do this on ones for it to fit. Let's see how that goes. Because then I gotta do it the reverse way. Okay, I might have to actually make this longer. Because the old animation is 12 frames, but it's also at a different frame rate. So that's probably why the timing was all off, because it's at 24 and this is at 30. So that's probably why it looked kind of weird. Because I was using at frame 8, I do this, frame 9, I do that. I was doing the same thing here, but the frame rate's different, so that wouldn't really work out. So I have to move these around. Oh, are these the right order? Hold on. No. This has to... I think that... Oh! This has to come first. Yeah, okay, that's better. And then that, I copy and paste flipped. Alright, hold on. Because after that pose, it's, yeah. 10 frames, wow. That doesn't... We should spread these out a bit. Oh, these are on 2s, huh. Okay, it's just... Whoa! Whoa! Okay, no, I see it now. Okay, we're gonna have to slow that down a bit. We'll have to slow that down a little. We'll scale it by 2. Oh, no, not like that. No, no, not you, Gabi. The timeline. We're not scaling Gabi. No, no, no. All right, let's... Okay. I can see there's some issues now that it's playing at a more normal speed. There's some things I don't like. The shoulders look too stiff. The legs are not bad, but we do... The timing, and the torso, something's not right. But we should... I need to change how this is like spaced. So I guess a run is kind of difficult here because it's such a rapid animation that just doing blocking, you kind of get a lot out of just key poses. Like we won't have to do as many extra in-betweens here probably because it's such a fast animation. Because I'm trying to just stick to the pose, just the blocking key poses. But we've already got so much to work with. Like there's so many, like we're only going to need to add maybe an extra 1 or 2 poses for the final one maybe. So it's a bit difficult to like... So it means that the timing here we actually have to kind of get, we have to get the timing a bit better. So the thing I don't like, I'm just paying attention to the timing of this. Actually, this is not bad, but maybe I have to set the loop time because I started a frame off. Because there's like a snapping thing that's going on. right here. Oh, that's why. Yeah, I knew that 20 frames, because this comes out at a total of 20, and that doesn't seem right. It's like something's not right with that. It needs to end here, I think. Okay, now that's more even. That's more even, because it like cuts off at the end. Now this is still kind of slow, and the timing is not good yet. I'm just trying to kind of get the poses timed well enough that I can get an idea of how... This looks like she's stomping too much, and that is not a... There's pose issues, but the stomping is the timing of it. Because this pose lasts too long. But yeah, that can be kind of solved with in-betweens though. But I just want to kind of space these out a little. Okay, let's try that. This is a bit nicer, but yeah, I think maybe it doesn't... I've made it a bit too slow. Yeah, it needs to be faster. But if I do that, it's kind of too fast. Like that's a bit too much. That's a bit too much. I mean, maybe not actually. That's kind of funny. No, but you see, she's bouncing up and down way too much. Her head is bouncing too much, and that is a bit. So I'll leave it at this speed. This is like I can work at this speed, but what I've been doing, because I've been trying to again like use the old poses as reference, but I haven't compensated for the fact that this pose leans really far forward now. So this, I just gotta work out where it mirrors. Okay, so we've got this half of the animation, and then the second half where it just doesn't mirror it. So I'm gonna focus on this half and just adjust the hips and the head, because this is bothering me so much. See how it's doing too much of that, and for a run that's gonna be uncomfortable as hell. Like it's too much movement. So here, she has to lean more. Oh, no, I don't want that. And then here, this is a little, we have to maintain form. And for a reference of what I'm trying to avoid, okay, this is a bit better, but it still looks a bit stiff. But for reference, does anyone remember the run cycle from Sonic 06? Does anyone know what anyone seen it? You know, because you'll know what I'm talking about if you've seen it. Okay, and this needs a bit, I've overcorrected though. But you know how Sonic's run cycle in Sonic 06, let's see if I can find a... Yeah, Gulliver knows. Yeah, you know what I mean. For those that haven't seen it, I'll show you. And I'm not talking about the arms. There's something else about it. I'll show you. And I would... Oh. No, it's not the arms. I'm not talking about that. No. I typed in 05. Sonic 06 run cycle. No, I don't want fan animations. I just want the real one. I don't want the fan animations. No. I want the OG original. Yeah, okay. Well, no, No, I don't want a long play. I just want like a... Just like a gameplay. Just like a... I don't want a 6-hour video. I don't want to clog up my internet. I just literally want... I'll type in a level. I literally just want like a short clip of gameplay. There we go. That'll do. Now, frame by frame, let's go. Oh man, this video quality is gonna kill me. Please Oh, this is at 1080p. What? No, they didn't upload. No. So whoever recorded this recorded it at like SD and upscaled it to 1080p, but it's not actually upscaled. But this will be good enough, okay? Pay attention. Pay attention to this. This is like the best example I think of what I'm trying to avoid. Now, ignore the arms. This isn't about the arms. Pay attention to his head. I was going to say his torso, but you can't really see his torso. But his head is attached to his torso, and you need to look at his head. Look at his head. You see how much bounce he has? You see how when he's running, he's like, his head is going up and down like this? Now, that is not necessarily bad all the time. You do want that in some cases. But in this game, it's very distracting. And I want to see if I can just get a clip of him running in a straight line. Like, hold up. Like here, it's a bit harder to see. The head bob is fine in here. It's okay. Because it kind of goes with the rest of the body. Like, the rest of the body is like, it's like making the head do that. And this guy is speedrunning too quickly. I need him to slow down. I just want to look at I just want to look at his run in a straight line. Okay, we'll go back to that. Actually, this might work. I know he's going sideways here, but you see how it's like, it's a little too much bounce, and he's meant to be going really fast here. This is like the full speed run animation. He has the slower one where he's moving his arms, but in this one, it's like the max speed animation. And he's bobbing like, cause the speed is so quick, like the animation frequency. Like, it's like that, and it's just distracting. And I always thought it was really distracting that he like bobs up and down. Compare this to the more recent games where he doesn't do that, and you'll sort of see the difference. So I don't know, what's the latest like Sonic Forces Act 1 or whatever. You look at Sonic Forces, and as bad of a game this was, the animation doesn't have this problem. So look at his run cycle here. You see how his head is a lot more steady, and he's not doing that. He's sort of like, he's gyrating a little, his head's bobbing a little, only a little, but it isn't like fully like that. It's like very gentle. That's what I'm talking about. So anyway, I know it's a very, very differently proportioned character than Gabi is, but what I'm trying to avoid happen is when Gabi, because this is her sprint. This isn't a jog. In a jog, you'd have a bit more bounce, but in a sprint, you don't want to be bouncing up like that too much, because it just looks goofy, okay? And I mean, it looked goofy on Sonic. It's gonna look goofy here. Now this is getting a little better, but there's still a bit too much movement. Because I've noticed with like a super high speed animation where she's like running really fast, from what I've seen, at least from like just reference I've looked at, the body is actually, it doesn't move too much, because the more the body is moving up and down and sideways, that's like energy being expended that doesn't need to be, you know what I mean? So it's, there's probably some reason for it, some anatomical reason that is escaping me right now. But just from my observations, I noticed that that bounce is kind of there for a jog, not for a sprint. But anyway, you know what I mean. You know what I'm talking about now. We're all on the same page now. So because I don't want to make it too similar. I don't want there to be no movement. See, this is a little better, but then that goes up pretty high. So you do want a bit of movement, but you don't want Sonic 06 levels. This is a bit nicer now. I might leave it at that for now. Oh, what happened there? Hold on, I'm just trying to get the pose to loop. I'm trying to get the loop going, but this pose, for whatever reason, is not cooperating. Come on, paste flipped. You can do it. What? Uh-oh. The arms are doing that. I don't know. Don't do that, please. No, please don't. Why? Maybe I have to select... Oh, because I have to select the... I have to have the whole thing selected. Okay, I got you. That's better. Much nicer. And then kablam. This will look a little better now. Yeah, there we go. See what I mean? See, that's cool. Maybe there's still a bit much, but... Yeah, I feel like there's a bit of stomping. It feels like she's stomping a bit. But the head movement and torso is a lot more... streamlined, aerodynamic. But I'll move on to another pose. I'll move on to another cycle because I need to rest from looking at this. But that's the timing is all a bit off still, but just blocking poses only, not bad. It will, by the end, it will look less awkward than the old one. Anyway. This is a bit of a harder one to judge because it's so quick, and doing it just with blocking is, well, it's challenging. Let's move on to what else is on my list. So I can mark off sprint blocking because I'll come back and do another version of it a bit later. I need to work on something else. Where's sprint on my list? I want to tick it off. Sprint pass 1. I can't find it. Oh, there we go. I've called it run on my list. I've done, let me just think, because there's some from last week which I want to do over, like I want to improve on, but there's also, I should probably do one that I haven't started yet. I'm just trying to look at my list, because I haven't done the wall running ones yet, and I haven't done like the pounce attack yet. What else have I not done yet? Climbing, I haven't done that yet either. Oh, what do I want to do first? I need a break from anything running related, so I'm not going to do the wall run. We might do a climb. We'll do that one. That's what I feel like right now. So let me open Gabi's old climb for reference. So this is her old model, and I can't. Where's her rig? Hello. There we go. Climb. Now her climb. Oh, why is it empty? Oh, there we go. So some of you might know where this animation is used. This is when she climbs a wall. And this is actually based on a cat video I found. So it's going really fast. I guess it is a fast animation, but it's based on a video I found of a cat climbing. So this is actually one of the few animations where I've gone full feline influence with. So now that I'm looking at it again, I can see where I went wrong. There's not enough stretch. It needs to be way more stretchy, because cats are stretchy, aren't they? But this is the most she stretches, and it's not very much. Her hands have to be fully out, her torso has to be fully stretched, and her legs have to be way more stretched too. And we need to have some... She needs to be really contracted here, and she's not contracted enough. She's kind of like squatting to like the wall, but she needs to like physically be squished and then expanded and squished and expanded, and I'm not doing that enough. I'm doing it a little bit, but I need to do it more on this. So we'll do that next, because that the gears are turning. I'm having cool ideas for it. I'll see if I can find... I don't know if I'll be able to find the old video I based this on, because YouTube search has just been like trash lately, as we saw last week. So let me see if I can just dig it up real quick. Cat climbing. I don't know what it was. See, I didn't used to get these like goddamn ads in here at like the top result. Oh no, I don't want Up and Go protein. I just want my coffee, okay? No, do not buy Up and Go protein. Wait for me to get a sponsorship with some drink and buy that instead. Okay, does this guy actually... Where are the cats? Show me the cats. I need to look at... Oh, look at him. You know what's tragic? I'm allergic to cats. Isn't that ironic? I'm making a game, Project Feline, and I'm allergic to cats. The universe is truly cruel. Okay, I want to see the cats climb. I don't want to see you climb, I want to see the cats do it. Are the cats gonna do it? Well, this is okay, this was not the video I was looking at for reference, but I'm hoping that... No. I need a cat, like, leaping over a fence type stuff. I think, oh, this might have been it, actually, yeah. Cat climbs wall, this looks familiar. Okay, maybe this wasn't it. Because the one I saw, he was... I mean, this is still pretty cool, but the one I was watching, it was like... It was over a fence. But yeah, that's basically what Gabi does, guys. Wow. Cats literally can do that. That's pretty crazy. I thought it was just a joke when people would say that cats can, like, climb anything. I thought, yeah, surely not. But here we go, guys. It's facts and evidence provided. There was one where it's like he's climbing up a fence and he's like pouncing up it. He isn't gripping into it. He's like pouncing up it. No, not quite like that. Oh, okay, I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Maybe it was this one. I really want to see it so that I have some reference besides my old model. But I can do with it. I could probably do without it. But if I can find it, I want to see it. I think this does look familiar, this one. I feel like I've seen this one, so maybe it's here. Oh no, it's just looping again. Okay, maybe it wasn't that one. I'm not crazy. I remember it was a cat climbing a fence. Yeah, no, I don't think we're gonna find it. It's probably buried. More people are uploading cat videos than ever before, so it's I didn't think it'd be so hard to find, but it's like what Gabi's doing. So we'll just use Gabi's model. We'll just use that because it's gonna take me too long to try and hunt down the specific clip. But it's like what's the word? It's clambering like over a fence, and it doesn't hang. It doesn't, like those other videos, it doesn't stop. It's like constant motion type stuff. So I'm gonna try. We'll see how we do. So let's make a new animation. We'll call this clamber. Keyframe, let's go. Auto key on. Let's see what we can make. Now, it starts off with this very compressed pose. Which we can do now a bit better than the old model because her torso has been rigged much better. I say as her legs start clipping. Bear with me. I need snapping. So feet are gonna be like this. I'm trying to see how far out they would go. Maybe like here. We might have to move this out a little bit. Kind of like that. Can I not find it? No, this was... It wouldn't... I don't think it would show up because I don't have watch history on. And I don't... This was like... I watched this video like a year... Like more than a year ago. It was like maybe 2 years ago. So it was, I don't think it would show up. Old Gabi with no textures look more like a rat. Well, yeah. See, that's yep. It's true. It is that, and that is a deep problem. That's why it was looking kind of off. Is that it looks like I'm playing Project Rat. Oh no, I'm thinking of the wrong. No, the hands don't come up. They don't come up there yet. They stay down here first. But her shoulders do be looking a bit tense like that. I'm trying to also like get a. I'm as I move each like of part of her body, I'm just imagining in my own head how it would feel. So I'm gonna use this grid line here as like a basis, like as a reference for like where the wall's gonna be. It's gonna be like there. Oh, I see the problem. I see a problem with this version of the old animation now. What do you guys notice about this? I'm like, why could I not get this pose in the new model? Can you guys see why? Can you guys see something of why I might not be able to fully... And also, what... Look at that. Yeah. Look at that. Well, yeah, we obviously can't have her elbows going inside her knees now, can we? So I'm gonna have to improvise something there. Project Rat? He's working on a sequel? No, guys. No, there's not gonna be... No. I'm not working on sequels yet. It's actually... You know, it's surprising. I get asked so often about DLC. Like, you'd be surprised how often I get asked, like, are you gonna do DLC? And it's like... can we like maybe just focus on the C first? Like I still got to do the actual game content. I'm not gonna be thinking about I can't think about DLC yet. I still don't have the C, so I don't know. Like, what would be the point of DLC if there's like I don't know. People ask me about it all the time, and I don't know why. Maybe it's just is it like a thing now that everyone just expects? Like, does every game have to be like it has to have DLC before? I don't know. Is that just like the bare minimum now? I have no idea. Because yeah, my game influence is just games from 20 years ago, so I wouldn't really know. I found Mad Goose found a video of a cat scaling a wall at a baseball stadium. Okay, that's pretty cool, not gonna lie. DLC or early access. Well, those aren't the same thing though. Early access and DLC are like completely different. Because I thought DLC that's like post-release stuff, isn't it? Usually. At least from what I'm thinking of, like Skyrim type DLC where they'll add on things like a new quest or something. Unless there's some other kind of definition I'm not privy to. Oh, no, that thumb is not right. Ooh. That thumb ain't right. Let's move it. Okay, that still looks a bit uncomfortable. Oh. Okay, that'll work. Horse armor. See, yeah, like that's the kind of stuff I'm thinking of, right? So I don't know. Do kids today? God, I sound 30 years older. But it's like, I don't know. I don't really understand the whole DLC scene. None of the games I play have DLC, so it's like, I don't know why people ask me about it so much. Okay, I know what I gotta bring her legs closer together. Trying to find it. There's her knee. So if I... Oh, would that actually work? Or would it be better to have them like that? Having them close like that does not feel right. That doesn't feel right. It feels like they have to be sort of... Her hands maybe have to be closer. because I'm looking at the old one, and it's sort of like the legs come around the arms, not the other way around. Because the legs, if I think about it, if I was to try and climb like that, the legs would need to be spread out for like that power push. If they're too close together, I can just imagine it being harder to like lift yourself and get that thrust. So yeah. So let's get the, let me get, where's our elbows? Gabi, where are your elbows? There we go. Let's move those closer together. Now, this is gonna, can I pull this off without it looking awful? Okay, this looks not, this is, yeah, let me cook. Let me keep cooking, okay? I can get this. All right. It's still, we still got a bit of clipping still. Maybe if I just move those a bit further apart. Okay, that's like, here's the thing with clipping, is that you can't avoid it entirely, and there are parts of the model that do deliberately clip. And you want it clipping sometimes when it's like, if you have two bits of skin pressing against each other, and if you don't, like, clipping there is fine, because it's, the character doesn't actually have skin. Whoa, surprise. So the best you can kind of do there is to sort of have them slightly clip into each other to look like they're pressing against each other, but we don't have the computational resources to calculate the skin, like, you know, like deforming in that specific contact point or whatever. So this I might be okay with, where it's sort of there, like it's pressing against like the inside of her thigh, but there's still something I want to try. I want to try and get a bit more out of this. Maybe I bring a... No, maybe I bring them lower. Like that. I think it's her shoulders, something I have to do. Maybe I... Oh, no. Oh, hey, that solves it. I just like bring her shoulders down a little bit, and now her elbows sort of go where I would expect them to. But the hands do look a little awkward. So what I might do, I might take the thumb and fold it in a bit more, because I want the hands to be kind of close, but yeah, like that. Oh, if I could get the hands lower, but then her elbows will be too low. Okay, that looks, the hips being a bit less like that I like, but the feet do not look comfortable. That's a bit not, yeah, okay, it looks, because you don't want it to open, you want it to be very tight like that. You want it to be kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? You want it to be compact and ready to pounce. All that energy has to you know, charge up for the big leap, you know what I'm saying? I think the neck though, we could maybe... I'll keep her head looking up. As for the tail, oh, what will I do with you? What will I do with you? I guess I'll have it going like this. Like sort of spring it up, like coiled up. That's the word I'm looking for. And then when she does the pounce, it's like fully straight. It's like stretchy as hell. You know what I'm saying? That feels like the right way to go. So it has to be like, it's almost the way this is like a weird, the way I'm thinking of it is like, you know, like those toys that you wind up? I'm thinking of that with her tail. Like we're gonna wind the tail up and then let it sort of straighten up, and then she like boing goes up. That's kind of what that's the mental image I've got in my head right now. So that's a good start. We might have to do a bit more tweaking, but I can work with this. We'll do the next pose, which is a complete 180 of this pose. where she is fully pouncing up. Now it doesn't look that good on the old one, so I want to do something really, well, what do I want to do? We'll see. Let me just make sure that's all keyframed. And we'll do pose 4. Keyframe 4. So this time, but I gotta bring her hips way up. Like that. And then her tail, we're gonna take all that curve out of it. It's gonna go. We're gonna get rid of it, and we're gonna replace it with just pure... Oh no, that's something about that doesn't look right. Oh, it's her hips. That's what it is. It just... I have to adjust her hips. There we go. That's... See, it doesn't look like it's sticking out as obtusely now. So I just gotta... Yeah. So we gotta have her... hips a bit closer. Maybe even higher up, like that. And then we gotta really stretch these out. She's gotta be like fully stretchy cat mode. So we'll straighten her back a bit. We'll put these sort of away from the wall so that they're kind of reaching up, like pouncing upwards. That's sort of that's the motion I'm thinking. And we'll have her thumbs sort of come down a bit, like that. Maybe should we straighten her fingers a bit? Maybe not that much, but we'll have them sort of... The fingers need to... Not like that. Hold on. The fingers have to... Or maybe it's this... It needs to kind of like go like that. Like she's sort of reaching like that. It needs to look like that. So we'll spread some of these fingers out a little bit. See, look, that's cool. I like that. Yeah. I love that. It's so cool. See, doing the hands is always my favorite. Because I look at hands a lot. Okay, I have a pair of them myself. And I love when I can do cool stuff like this, where I can see like the musculature and everything, and I can just feel how it feels to be trying to grab onto the wall. Like I just love it. I can never get enough of that. But hands are only one component. We got to do the rest. This does look a little stiff, I will say. Looks a bit stiff. I think it needs to curve back, like the reaching up. It's like she's sticking up like a twig, and it needs to be a bit more like curved arc to the back type thing, like that. See, I don't have enough room. I can't act it out. But the you'll see. It's, well, hopefully this is the right call, but I want this sort of curved crescent shape with the pose. Thanks so much, Teresta, for the extra $5. I appreciate it. Needs to be an animation where she gets hit off a wall of her scrambling to land on her hands. Oh, let me write that down. That might be a tough one, but when she gets hit off a wall of her scrambling to land on her hands and feet like a real cat. I will see what I can do about that. I'm trying to imagine that in my head. If she hits off a wall, like not if she voluntarily leaves the wall, but if she involuntarily, I should say, gets hit off a wall. this would be like a landing animation. I'm just trying to do in my head where this would go. This would go in the landing state. So it'd be like a staggered land. I think I could, a staggered land, because I could use that in more places than this. I could use that in a few places probably. So I'll make a note of that. Also, how was my typing speed, by the way? Was that fast enough? I always try and type faster and faster with each keystroke. So easy. I happen to have a pair of my own hands. Grew them myself. Well, yes, man. That's true. See, that's why you got to do your 5 wheat bix a day, so that you too can grow your own hands, like an Iron Man athlete. Sorry, that's very obscure Australian reference. If there was a slice of bread with jam on Gabi's back, which side would it land on? I don't know. I don't know. I've never thought of that question. I wouldn't know how to do it. We'd have to run a physics simulation to work that out. We'd have to do an experiment with a hypothesis and conditions to know. Oh, I think I know what's wrong. The feet. What I had in her old one, which I'm not sure if I want to repeat, is she's still kind of pressed into the wall, but I think this one, she's making contact with the wall when she's contracted, but then she leaps up like a rocket, and I think she's gonna have no contact with the wall at this point. I'm trying to, there's an animation I've seen from some game that had something like this. It might have been Tomb Raider, like one of the newer Tomb Raider games. Well, I say newer, it was probably old it's probably old now, but it was new when I played it. And it was like, she had like these, Lara Croft had these things that she would climb stuff with. And the animation for climbing is so boring. So what I would do instead is I would just constantly jump up the wall. And the jump animation for her jumping up off a wall was sort of like what I'm trying to do here. That's what I'm picturing in my head. It might have been Rise of the Tomb Raider? Let me see if I can find some reference of that, because that's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know if anyone else also had that, where it's like you're climbing, because she has this very slow animation with these hooks where she's climbing up a wall, so I'd constantly just spam jump, and she would like jump upwards and play this animation. Let's see if I can find it. And it was like the funnest thing to spam in the whole game. Oh, okay, the mountain climbing scene has it. It was this game. Oh, 7 years ago. Okay, it's not a new game, never mind. See, I thought it was new, but my sense of time is completely warped. It was in this level, I remember. Let's see if the guy does it, or is he gonna go through the... No, he's gonna do... See, in this, I would just jump up the whole thing all the time, and it would play this animation when you jump. But he's doing the boring way. He's doing just the automated climbing. So that's the sideways jump. But I want the vertical jump. So let's see if we can skip ahead and find that. I know it's in here. I know you have to do it at one point. Okay, maybe they'll do it. Maybe they'll do it here. Come on. Oh no, he died. Okay. Come on, come on. It's where you have to jump upwards while doing this. There's like a certain... It's like a very cool... It feels really cool. That's why I'm trying to use this as a reference, because it's like... It's not this boring, slow climb. It's not that. It's when you jump while doing that, but upwards. Do they do it here? Do they do it here? Come on, come on. Yeah, okay, okay. Let's slow it down. Let's do an instant replay on that. That's actually really funny. When you look at it frame by frame, this animation's quite janky actually. Because look at the little hook thing just vanishes. That's funny. I never noticed that. And then she like automatically learns. Like look at her legs. They like they automatically lerp to the next pose. That's actually so unnatural. I never noticed that. Like her leg literally just slides in the air, and then before the animation even like starts, she starts moving upwards. But it's yes, okay. See how her legs sort of go into the Superman pose, and it's really hard to see because for whatever reason the guys in coding software is like pixelated the hell out of this. But her arms are kind of like reaching upwards. So I'll leave that on my other screen. It's not a great view of it. It's pixelated as hell, but I can fill in the gaps. Splash screen says the only time I've heard about Weetabix, or however it's spelled. No, it's Weet-Bix, not Weetabix. Weetabix is the UK version, I think. I don't know. Me personally, I'm not a big fan of Weet-Bix, but all I do know is that it's got different spellings depending on what region you're in. Because I don't know, for whatever reason, the marketing guys were like, guys, if we don't call this Weet-Bix with the A in it in the UK, it won't sell, so we gotta add it. And then they went, yeah man, let's design a whole new logo just for this region with one new letter in it. I don't know what the conversation was like, but if it went anything like that, I'd have a lot of questions, let's just say. So, okay, this looks a little too curvy. Let's tone this down a little. And let's maybe take her hand. Now that I'm looking at that, it's like, okay, maybe we need to bring these forward a little. And I'm gonna have to do some asymmetry at some point. I'm just gonna get it as good as I can with symmetry on, and then later I'll go in and change up on each side. So we'll have to have one of her legs bent a little, just like how Lara Croft does. And we'll bring her center of mass a bit more to the middle. But we need more. We gotta bring this higher. We need more stretch, and we gotta stretch her out. Okay, we gotta look at that, just like a real cat. maybe that's a little might be a little bit much. Now, what do I want to do with this? Asymmetry time. Let's turn off mirror. And with Lara Croft's animation, it looks like her leg kind of does this. And her feet are a bit closer together. Like that. And her arms are a bit lower, but I want to do something really exaggerated. Like Lara's arms, Gabi's is going to be up like this, but Lara's is kind of more like out to the side like that, I'm noticing. Or maybe just on the one hand. We'll have this one come a little lower. Yeah, actually that's cool, I like that. And then this one will come a bit more like that. So that way it looks a bit less robotic, but we need some twist. The hips don't lie, and the hips are lying right now. You can't do a leap like that and have your hips perfectly straight, so that's no good. We gotta... Which way? I think this way. Because the hips have to tilt a bit down for that leg to really reach, and then the other one will kind of go upwards a bit to contract the other leg. And then maybe this should come a bit more forward? Or not, I don't know. Maybe it should come a bit higher. Nah, it's too high. But the other one wasn't high enough. So maybe here. That might work. But this should be rotated a little. Like that. Yeah. Maybe a little too much. Here we go. Alright. Hopefully, well, if we try and... I know that this will have an issue in FBX if I'm because for whatever reason, when I stretch the bones out like this, if I export with FBX anyway, Unreal doesn't like it. And someone, I remember, mentioned to me another format, which I have yet to try still. So that will be a bridge we cross when we get to that. But I do like the... I'm liking this a bit better than... See, last week, I remember saying that I wanted her to move with more grace. And now I think maybe now you can kind of see what I mean. So this was the old model's climb, the apex of the climb, which you can see does not look very powerful. It looks very, it looks very unsure. But this, you see how it's a bit more graceful? You see what I mean? It's a bit more, it's a bit nicer. This is it's a bit rough. This is kind of more graceful. That's what I'm talking about when I say grace. It's this kind of stuff. And that's the best word I have for it. But now that I'm looking at this, her torso, we need to tilt this a bit. And wow, that looks... Maybe we took this up a little too high, because it's stretching, it's making it look too skinny. So let's, about there, looks alright. But we gotta, and her shoulders, we gotta adjust those. Yeah, that's why, okay, we just needed to adjust her shoulders a bit. There we go. That looks much nicer. Now we can actually have the hands go even higher, because her shoulder is now gonna move with it. So, what I will do... Because yeah, Gabi has shoulders now, so we can do this. Because yeah, look at this. Look at this. what is that going on? Look at this awkward whatever the hell's going on there versus this. Look at that. What a beauty. So we can really stretch that now. So look how much we can stretch her. Like that's crazy. Look how tall she can get compared to this. Like this looks kind of... It looks kind of not... It looks kind of not good. You know what I'm saying? Look at those hands. There's no emotion in those hands. There's no tension. There's no nothing. But this, you can kind of like feel her reaching. You can feel... I don't know, you can just feel it. That's all down to the modeling. The part that we did months ago. That's where it all starts there. It all started with giving her shoulders. With bestowing her with her own shoulders. That's where it all began. I just don't know if I should rotate these like this way or not. Or maybe not. Maybe I'll leave that alone. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look at that grace. Although, something I think we need to, because we're rotating the hips and the torso, I gotta like balance it out. It does look a bit, it's skewed a little. There we go. That's a bit more centered. There we go. See, now it looks a bit less computer symmetry. Like, see how that's perfectly symmetrical? And this has now got a bit of asymmetry to it, right? Look how much more graceful that looks. Ignore the normals. I'm not talking about the normals. Those do look pretty weird from this angle, but just looking at the shape. Look at that. That's a difference good modeling can make. Anyway. And then we just gotta get the tail out of the way a little bit. Oh, it's actually kind of... Come on. Alright, little buddy. Hold on. Let's move you out this way. There we go. Look at that. There we go. All right. I'm very happy with that. I am very happy with that. Sorry, I forgot you guys were there. I was just in the zone. Can you put the first in as an Easter egg? The first model? Well, I mean, I'm gonna have to now, won't I? Everyone's been asking me to do it, so I'm gonna have to do it. It is, I mean, her first model is still in the game, so I'll just kind of leave it there, I guess. I'll have to program some kind of system that lets me switch out the character mesh, which hopefully isn't too hard. But yeah, it's gonna have to be an Easter egg. If I don't do it, then I will have become cringe, which I can't let that happen. So yeah, definitely. Spider-Gwen approved. Oh, well, I'm very happy Spider-Gwen is approving of this. Need to iron her out. What a great way of putting it. Yeah, she does need a bit of an iron. She needs a, you know. And here's how we're gonna do it, guys. Okay, here's how we're gonna iron her out, alright? To get rid of all these wrinkles. We're gonna feed her a steady diet of Nutrigrain, which, as we all know, I don't know if you guys have this in America, but here in Australia, Nutrigrain is, as we all know, Iron Man food. And if you're an Iron Man, you are thusly ironed. So that's all we gotta do. I just gotta stock up on Nutrigrain, and we're just gonna feed that to her for the next 2 months. And then those wrinkles are all gonna disappear. And then she'll be ready to run the kids' triathlon, where everyone's a winner. And then we'll be set. So that's the plan. That was actually my plan all along with this model. It wasn't for the game at all, guys. It was to have Gabi compete in the kids' triathlon. Oh, Ripper's eating a singular Nutrigrain. One singular Nutrigrain right now. That's awesome. I wish you could buy them singular. I wish I could go out and buy one Nutrigrain. That would be cool. But they only sell them in bulk, sadly. That'd be an interesting treat, wouldn't it? Imagine, like, you know how, like, you have those shops where they have the scoops of treats? Imagine you just, instead of that, well, I guess they have that for Nutrigrain, I suppose, but imagine instead each Nutrigrain is, like, each individual one is just in a Ziploc bag with, like, a barcode on it and GST. That'd be something. Afterwards, you could even be catheter 2 to Vegemite toast. I mean, let's not let our ambitions exceed our skills here, guys. But yeah, we could look into that. We'll set up the Vegemite fund and have like a constant stream of Vegemite. What does Vegemite do? I forgot if Vegemite promises you things like Nutrigrain does, because Nutrigrain and Weet-Bix, they promise that you're going to be like a top competing athlete. But I don't know if does Vegemite make those promises. I have no idea. I have not personally consumed Vegemite in quite some time, so yes. sorry Javier, or Javier, however you pronounce that. Yeah, this is a very I mean, well, surely you Americans, you know what Vegemite is, surely Vegemite has exceeded this is basically the only thing people know Australians from, right? I actually, how do you spell Vegemite? I actually don't know. Vegemite. There we go, I spelt it right. So you guys know what this is, right? It's not everyone's a fan of it, but our country, this is like our Australia's primary export is Vegemite. How does an Aussie not live off Vegemite? Well, you be like me and you be only half Australian, and then you can be one of the gifted few that can go without this spread. Yeah, my American genes prevent me from enjoying this a little bit. It looks like pesticide. I mean, you said it, man, not me. What is this? I've never heard of Marmite before. This must be some Canadian thing. This does look nicer. I would prefer that. I don't know. You know why I don't like it? This is gonna sound stupid. I just don't like the shape of the logo. I don't like this curved whatever it's like a cube, but I don't like it. That's what turns me off from it. I don't like that shape. Okay. That's my secret. I haven't told anyone this, but that's the reason I don't like it. Watch out, don't make the Australians angry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Australians, please forgive me. Australians, please. If you don't tell the government what I just said, I'll buy you a 6-pack, okay? And we'll shake on it, all right? It'll be fine. Just don't tell the government I said I don't like Vegemite, okay? Okay. We made a deal, guys. It's fine. All right. What comes next in this climb? There's another pose that I'm totally forgetting. So this is going to be a trickier one too, because basically every pose is a key pose here. But I'm going to try and just leave out. We need one that's like relaxed. We need an in-between, not an in-between, but we need a key pose, because we've got her clinging and about to pounce, we have her in the pounce, and then we need a third one where she's sort of touching the wall, but not being fully, you know, like she's leapt, and now she's making contact again with the wall, and then she has to like pull up her legs to start the pose over. So we need to have a third pose like that. Let's see how it... Well, at the moment, it looks very, very awkward. Where it's just like these two. But we need one where she's sort of... She's leapt. Now she must land. And then that one should go... And then after that next one should be this one again. So she'll need to have her hands dug into the wall. And she'll use her newfound Nutrigrain shoulders to pull her entire body weight up to beat this pose again. That's the plan. So she's leapt up. Now let's get a cooking going on what this next pose might be. Let's save as well. Is Marmite a super seasoned savory? I don't know. This is literally the first time I'm seeing Marmite. I've no knowledge of it prior to today, so you can do the fun bit and find that out for me. Should put a Nutrigrain tattoo on her shoulder. Okay, not gonna lie though, the Nutrigrain shape is pretty cool. That's kind of tempting. For those that don't know Nutrigrain as well, I'm just realizing that, I mean, surely Americans have Nutrigrain, right? Surely. But the Nutrigrain, it's like this shape. It's this sort of, like a traffic light. So that actually would be a cool tattoo to have, not gonna lie. This sort of traffic light shape. What on earth is that? That is not No, is it? That isn't what the logo used to look like, was it? No way. This looks way too... This doesn't look manly enough. This looks like something my mum would buy. You want this. You want what a man would buy. Chocolate oak flavored Nutrigrain. Oh my god, is this really a thing? See, to me this is shocking, because I know you Americans, you love having your Captain Crunch and your cookie cereal, but this, to me, I'm not used to this level of sugar, so this is kind of shocking. This is yeah. I'm gonna have to process that. I'm gonna have to sit and process that for a little. There actually, yeah, there was some shop I did find a while back that was importing American cereal, and that was really something. This will be fun for all the Americans watching, because now you can see this is what it is like to look at for a non-American resident seeing this stuff. Because I didn't grow up with that stuff. I grew up with Nutrigrain like a normal person. But these cereals I see from the States, it's like they literally will just have like cookies. Like it's actual just cookies. Like, but tiny cookies, and you just put, you dunk them in milk, and it's like, bro, that is not cereal, that is cookies and milk. But see, to me, it's just bewildering. It's just like, oh my god, that's crazy. But I don't know, do Americans, do you share my bewilderment? Is that also weird for you, or is that just, yeah, cookie cereal? Yeah, what are you talking about? I don't know. Because to me, it's just, I can't deal with it. I don't know how to. Lucky Charms is just wheat and cotton candy pellet. You see, yeah, like that terrifies me. I don't understand. We have no defense of how terrible breakfast cereal is. Well, at least you're aware, hopefully. I like how the American version is just an entirely different product. Wait, so that logo from before, that graceful looking Nutrigrain, is that the American Nutrigrain, is it? Wow, why do they brand it so differently there? See, because at least here in Australia, Nutrigrain's kind of cool, because it's pitched as this, like, as what Steve Irwin would eat type thing, you know what I'm saying? It's like, this is what Don Bradman would eat before doing a match, or whatever famous cricketer you can think of. I don't know the names of them. But it's pitched as like this sports, athletic, you know, this is what Tony Abbott would eat for breakfast type thing. It's very manly. You turn out the back of the box and it has this buff dude wearing budgie smugglers on it. That's the way we get sold Nutrigrain in this country. But in America, if that was the American logo I saw, then it's like, what on earth? Do Americans not want to be like Tony Abbott, like Iron Man? Is that what's going on? So that's interesting, if that's the case. You've just seen the Nutrigrain bars. Interesting. Although I will say, admittedly, I do prefer the bars over the cereal because they have a little chocolate base on them, which is nice. I like that. American cereal is either for kids or really, really old people. Interesting. Well, I guess that would explain quite a bit. Yeah, I don't suppose Iron Man food, you're not going to sell that to an old person, probably. Unless, I don't know, unless it's like Joe Rogan. How old's Joe Rogan? I don't know. He's in his what? Oh, he's in like his 50s, I want to guess. He seems like an Iron Man type guy. He seems like he does a few Nutrigrains in the morning. Australian Nutrigrain, of course. The Iron Man food. Oh. Okay. I don't really... Okay, I gotta think, how am I gonna do the feet here? Because the feet have to be kind of... They have to kind of start to touch the thing now. They have to touch the wall. We gotta be like, kind of like that. But we gotta start spreading these out a little, because by the time she gets to her compressed climb, the feet have to kind of like widen again. Tonkri pretty much only eats Cheerios cereal-wise. That's only the cereal that isn't loaded with sugar. Wow. But I thought Cheerios were loaded. Aren't they loaded with sugar as well? I could have sworn, unless we're talking about different Cheerios. But yeah, me personally, I'm not a big cereal guy myself. Okay, don't laugh. Okay, this is gonna sound kind of weird, but I don't like putting milk in cereal. I'm gonna say it. I don't like it. I like dry cereal, and I don't eat it for breakfast. I eat it as like a snack when I'm working. And the reason I don't like milk in it is because it gets soggy, and that's cringe. I don't like soggy. So I just pour a bowl of like... what did I have recently? It might have been like Just Right or something. And I just literally will have a bowl of it and I'll just sort of nibble at it throughout the day. And yeah, because I don't put milk in it, it will last the whole day and it won't go soggy. And it's crunchy, it's cool. I like the flavor. I like the little nuts they put in it. That's, I have no idea what the sugar contents is, but it's marketed as a very healthy option. But I don't know how much of that is capping or not. But that's my cereal story. That's how I interact with cereal. I don't eat it for breakfast. Snack cereal? Yeah, man, that's what it's all about. It's about snack cereal. That's where it's at. I don't know, it's just kind of... I'm trying to think of... I don't know when I started doing that, but it's just... I don't know, it's just pleasant, you know what I'm saying? Mixer backslash is not a fan of cereal. Yeah, I don't blame you. Cereal is probably not the best thing in the world. See, because the thing that's good about cereal, as opposed to like a gamer food like Doritos, is that Doritos get messy. You get it on your fingers. It's no good. But you get a bowl of like Just Right or Nutrigrain, and you get a spoon. Your keyboard will thank you. You will not make a mess. And if there's no milk in it, even better, because it's just dry. And it's pug, you know what I'm saying? Because it's just, you know. And also her knee is going to clip into the wall if I do this, so I gotta be careful with how I approach this problem. What was I saying? Yeah, so yeah, it's a clean, mess-free food, which is I can appreciate because I don't like making a mess. I don't, yeah, that's something I'll never quite understand, and this is going to sound like an outrageous take, but you know how this is, I don't really see this talked about much nowadays, but 5 years ago, 6 years ago, the Mountain Dew Doritos combo was all the craze. Everyone was doing it. And me personally, I couldn't get on board. I couldn't do it. Because it's like the Doritos are going to get on your fingers. You're going to make a big mess. And I can't handle that. I don't know how people do it. But it was a, you know, it was a thing. People did it. And I don't know how they did it. Unless they were just fine with their keyboards being forever crusted up with dust. I don't know. Because it isn't just crumbs. I'm not just talking about that. It's like the grease, the oil, the cheese, whatever thing they put on it. I don't want that on my equipment. Because it's not good for it. You know what I'm saying? And then even worse is when you have like an Xbox controller and you're doing that. And the thumbsticks. Maybe, you know, actually that would, if that was true, if people did that, that would explain a lot of why the controllers I see nowadays at secondhand shops always have the thumbsticks completely eroded. Like, unbelievably eroded away, and I don't understand how. Like, how does someone do that? But if they've been rubbing off Cheeto dust on it for like 10 years, it's like, okay, I can sort of see why. I can see that. I don't know how I feel about this pose. Yeah, her body needs to come a bit lower. Just trying to see how far apart her elbows should go. I think actually that, yeah, they should be kind of like flush with the wall. I'm feeling that. See, it looks like she's kind of hanging now, which is kind of what I want. Let's see how this goes. I'll just make sure it's all, yeah, let's see how that looks. See, okay, maybe this pose is a bit too extreme, maybe? I don't know, we'll have to see how it looks in game, I guess. But you see how there's more elasticity to this than there was with the old one? Like, look at this, right? You see how it's just stiff? Like, it looks like a robot? You know what I'm saying? And I know this is not as smooth or as fast, but you see how it just has a bit more elasticity? You know what I'm saying? It's sort of, you can easily see this sort of compress, expand, relax, compress, expand. That's the kind of movement I want, where she compresses, then shoots, and then relaxes, and then shoots up again. Like, that's how I want it to feel when she's climbing. Whereas this is very not that. This is not it, Chief. You know what I'm saying? It just, you know, yeah, it's just not there. This has still got a way to go, of course. But actually, I kind of like that. I kind of like this pose. So that it'll end, this one, it'll end again with the starting pose here. Oh no, not that. Pace, there we go. So that's kind of the cycle. So that'll go 12 frames. All right, might need a bit of work still, but I'll have to see how it actually looks in game to get a feel for what I need to change there. I think the feet, they do move a little too much in the bottom. They stick out too far backwards, I think. Like, it's kind of impractical. Like the hands, I really like the entire, like from the forearm up, I really like, because it looks like she's scraping the wall, which it doesn't look anywhere like that in this old one. In fact, you know why? It's because I move her hands around way too much there. Look at how her hands, this is on the old one. See if I can watch her hands. See how they like they're not really grabbing the wall, they're just sort of lightly on top of it. And then they kind of do that. No, that's no good. And then they reach up, but then they don't really grab it, they just sort of float down. And her forearms, there's no stabilizing, is that what it's called? I don't know the name. But like her weight on the new one, I didn't even notice this. But her weight is sort of leaning into the wall more, which looks more sensible. Because you see how her forearms are like flush against the, it's almost like she's pushing into the wall, whereas here, it's almost like she's pushing away. Now that I'm looking at it in motion, which is probably why it looked so weird. Because I never liked the climb animation, not gonna lie, I never liked this one. It was my least favorite one. Because it looks like she's brushing it with her hand, like a paintbrush, not like she's grabbing it. Like here, you can see she's like trying to grab it. And then from here, you can see it's even better. Although the hands do look a bit stiff, I'll have to change up the pose on the hands, but I reckon I will move on to one more, and then I'll have to eat. So I'll save that. Where's her rig? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm liking that. What if the legs moved up first then? Let me just play this. I think that would be in an in-between pose. That would come in between these two. So that'll come later, I reckon. I'm just doing the key poses for now. But while I'm on this pose, that leg has to chill. It has to chill out a little. Oh, it's still no. It's still not right. It's because it looks like it's flinging out in this weird way. It doesn't look like it's doing anything to actually push her. So this has to kind of maybe like that. That's a bit nicer. But we could do it needs to flex a little as well. These have to both kind of flex to look, you know, like they're really pushing. That's a bit nicer. But yeah, with the order of her legs and stuff, what I'll have to do there is there'd be an in-between between these two where that would happen. So you would have an in-between where her body starts to expand and the legs will have to do, from the going there to there, the legs would have to kind of like push down in some action. So that'll come in the later phases when we do the in-betweens. And I've just noticed that she will clip through the wall on this pose, on this one. I have to move this all back a little bit. Because I'm lining it up with one of these grid lines, and then it goes to another grid line. It goes like one too many this way, so it has to come the other way. But I don't need to select the root bone. Oh, what? Uh-oh. Whee! I don't want that. I think I just want to move her hips and her hands, like at the IK stuff. So that has to come there. Oh, I did it one frame too early. There we go. Now it stays in line with that grid. That'll look a bit nicer now, yeah. All right, that's key poses for that. I reckon that's good for key poses. Let me check my list. I didn't even have a climb on that list. Well, I should add it. Climb loop. I'm just trying to get all the loops out of the way, because there's one thing I want to do is make a lot of in-between transitional animations. Like when she jumps from a climb, I want there to be a specific clip, and when she like, maybe, do I want to do that now? Because here's an idea I had. When she jumps off a wall from the climb, she should backflip off it, because I thought that would be sick. So these are a different class of animation. This is more of a... the way I've grouped them, there's like looping ones and then there's non-looping ones. And the non-looping ones play at certain times. Like, for example, last time when I was showing off what I wanted to do, I wanted to make animations where if she's running in one direction and quickly changes direction, I wanted to have like a skid animation that plays. And that isn't looping, that's just a single clip, or I think in Unreal it's called an anim montage that'll play. And then there's like wall jumping, grind jumping, that type stuff. And then this one would be like, I guess, climb jumping or wall jumping in some sense. But I feel like I want to do it, so we'll do it. So I'll add that to my list, climb, because I'll get to use that pivot bone, which I haven't tried out yet. Climb, jump, we'll call. Now, I don't know how this will go because I've never tried doing it like this before, but what I will need, I'll make a copy of this and we'll call this clamber. Well, it's called clamber, so we'll call it clamber jump. So I'll rename this in my list to clamber. Clamber loop. Clamber jump. And I actually do have a pose from another test that I want to put in here that might work well. So what I'll do, because what we're gonna have, we're gonna start it from here. We're gonna use the same pose, but there's another pose somewhere that I want to borrow. I just don't know which. I called it test pose something. I'll see if I can dig it up. Oh, here it is. So some of you might recognize this pose. I made this to test her rig when I was like doing the low poly model, and I kept this in here just in case. And now it would be a great time to use it, I reckon. So what I'll do, I'll go back to clamber jump and paste it somewhere, maybe frame 4. Now, there's gonna be some... It's going to take with it some bones I don't want, because this was done in a previous version of the rig, and this is also why I feel kind of confident in making adjustments to the rig as I go, because this version, this pose was made when the rig was, it didn't even have the face on it yet, and the pose still works, because most of it is still the same. So I feel pretty happy about that, and what I need, well, firstly, I'll get rid of this root key. I don't need that. But it's gonna have a bunch of, I just gotta make sure for the layers I don't want that it doesn't keyframe these. Because when I was making this, I would have all of these visible and keyframe them all, and I don't want to do that necessarily for all of this. So I just wanna turn on the bones I know I don't wanna use yet, and just make sure that it's, there's no keyframes on them. So that would be the arm tweak, leg tweak. I don't want to use those yet. I want to keep them in default, and there is a keyframe on these from the looks of it. I'll turn off tail. Tail I want to keep, maybe. Actually, no, I don't. I'll turn that off. But this bone I don't want. Hair, face secondary, face primary, FK. I don't want anything on the FKs. So I think it's these. If I delete these keys, okay, I must have had the hands left on. So I'll turn off IK. Oh, the legs. Okay, the legs are hidden. All right. Okay, there are no keyframes to the bones I don't want. That's fantastic. That's good. I just got to check the torso though. Okay, great. All right, never mind. Turns out I didn't have keys on those anyway, so that's great. Because yeah, I don't want to like create clutter and like superfluous keyframes if possible, which can happen when you have this many layers. So for these more advanced layers, the reason I don't want to use these yet is because these are like fine-tuning controls, and I want to do everything with just the basics now. I want to leave these to another iteration later. I don't want to do it all. So the face, the fine controls of the knees and stuff, I just don't want to like do those yet. So I want torso, tail, fingers, arm, leg. I think that's it. Yeah, that looks good. Cool. So she's gonna go from here to here somehow. So this will, maybe I'll put this a bit later at frame 8. Or maybe frame 6. Because this is going to be a weird thing to try and transition to, but I do need to make an adjustment to this. And for those that were watching at the beginning, you'll notice that her center of gravity is off. Because I now have a center of gravity control, which I will now use in its full glory. So we're oh, where's her hips? So we're going to move all this so that her center of gravity, you know, I'm just eyeballing it, but her center of gravity, it looks like it should be like the pivot through which it will rotate around. It looks like this, I think. Now, the only issue that I need to work out is that these IKs will not follow the pivot yet. So, or will I be able to do anything then? Let me think. I'm actually not sure if there is a way to do it without breaking Rigify. So that's the thing I haven't thought of yet. Just as well, because I didn't think of that before. But I want to change this to active element. And change this to default. Because you'd want it sort of going kind of like this. So that when the center of gravity is like there, she's sort of going in this sort of circle shape. That's kind of what you want. Maybe, I don't know if it needs to be a little higher, the center of gravity maybe. Because I'm just trying to like watch it move. I don't know if, maybe it's a bit too far away from her body. But I should really think about this first though. Having the IK. Oh, actually, let me think. A way around this might be to use the FK handles instead. Because I do have those. And those will follow the center of gravity. But the IKs won't. Okay, decision time. Do I want the IK handles to follow the center of gravity? Because I can actually now think of a reason why I wouldn't want that to be the case. I wouldn't want that to be the case, let's say for like a ledge grab or something, like here. Let's pretend this is the other way up for a minute. And let's say we're gonna have her do a flip when she ledge grabs or something. So I would want her to be able to like pull herself with her center of gravity and stuff, and I don't want the hands to move in that case. So, is there any other reason why I would not want this to follow? I just gotta think. Because I might want to leave it how it is. Because this bone is not designed to move, really. It's more designed for rotations like this. Center of gravity, like rotating the whole character. Because I could do that other stuff with this bone. Like with the hip bone. If I wanted to have her hands stay in place, I could do it with this. So maybe I do want it so that this will take this with it. Now, the only problem here is that when you make these IKs with Rigify, it does that parenting on its own. I don't have any control. I might not have any control over it. I actually need to verify that. So let me do a save. Let me do a save real quick. And we'll get out of this state. And we'll set this back to normal for the moment. Because I just want to make sure if this is what I want to do. Yeah, I gotta be careful. The decision I make now will have rippling effects in the universe. Because this is literally, this bone I set up just this morning, so that's why I haven't thought of it yet. I think I might be, let me just see what these are parented to. I might actually just be able to do it pretty quickly. Parent, hand IK parent. I gotta find that. Turn all these on. And I'll turn on names. See what we got. Hand IK, I think that's it, right? It won't let me move it, but I think that's the thing it's parented to. And what is this parented to? This is not parented to anything. So in game theory time, Vsauce music, if I make this a parent of the center of gravity, it should let me take the IKs with it. Now, I know this might be violating what Rigify wants me to do, but I'm gonna try it. I gotta see, I gotta make a discovery here and see what happens. So then I go to the right side. I just called it COG for center of gravity. And then there should be ones on the feet. Foot IK parent. Come on, can I click on you? Let me click on you, please. Come on, IK parent. Come on, come on. I gotta really go in there. Yeah, we go. So if I set that to see, my game theory is that it'll let me do it and it won't break. But you know how rigging be like. You know something will break. My little voice in my head is telling me that this might break, but it also has confidence that it might work. So, foot IK parent, COG. All right. Let's see what happens now. Let's see if it broke. Let's see if it completely busted itself. So I can still move the IK like normal, and it does let me move it all. Fantastic. The only thing I don't like is that the tail is... There is a thing I can turn on for that. Tail follow, I'll set that to 1. And now... Oh no. No, something is not right. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Something is not... Well, it's fine here. It's just when I rotate the root bone for whatever reason. If I rotate the root, which is not the center of gravity, this is something else, it doesn't seem to like that very much. So that has to... There's probably some option that I can turn on. Now here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't plan on using root. It just makes root. I don't have any control. I can't delete root because root is... It's usually a good idea to have a root anyway, but I'm not going to move it because I'm not going to do root motion. But in principle, I feel like I should be able to rotate it and move it without having the rig do this weird thing. I feel like I should be able to safely move it without this happening, even if I don't plan to move it. It just seems like the right thing to do. It seems like this, I don't want it doing that. I don't want it to behave like that. So hopefully there is a quick little thing in here where, actually let me hide some of this. IK parent. Maybe there's a thing where it's, oh, it does have inherent, okay, maybe I do want that on. Let's check center of gravity. Wherever center of gravity is. Center of gravity, where are you? Oh, is that you? Is that center of gravity? No, that is not center of gravity. Oh no, I'm changing the bone layer, I don't want to do that. Uh-oh, uh-oh. No, 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 undo, undo. I don't want it, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. I'm looking at the wrong menu. I want to look at this menu, that's right. I want to find the center of gravity bone. Which should be... I think it's this one? But I don't know if that shows up on the other layers. I think it only shows up here. Okay. Because here... I gotta, okay, that has it local and inherent as well. So maybe I need that left on, but maybe for these thingies, for these IK ones, maybe I don't want that on for those. That's my theory. I want inherent location, but not inherent rotation. That's my guess. Because that's the only difference, is that the only difference between then and before is that these are gonna inherit rotation from somewhere now. And maybe that's not... Well, no. No, I do want that, I think. Because if I go back... Oh, I gotta get... I'm in my thinking chair now. I gotta... Because what I want it to kind of do what it's doing with this. Like when I rotate the center of gravity, I do want the IKs to inherit rotation. But it's just when I move the root, I don't want it to do it. And I don't know why that's happening. It's like it's inheriting a double, you know what I mean? Unless... Because here's the interesting thing. There must be something on the IKs that's adding movement to it based on root. There must be some constraint that it's doing it with, because prior to what I just did, these bones had no parent, which if you think about it, If it has no parent, how does it follow the root? So there must be something in the IK parents that are making it follow the root that are still there. And it's adding double of that. So that's probably why people like Rigify doesn't want me doing this. But if I can get to the root of that, if I can clear that behavior, then we'll be in the green. The question is, well, wait, no, the question I should be asking then, because we're basically making the center of gravity a secondary root bone, but it doesn't have the same behavior as the root bone. It's a little different. But if what I need to then do is I need to figure out how the IKs were following the root, and then have it set it up the same way with the center of gravity. However they did it. So I can't do it with parenting, because if, as we saw, those bones had no parent, but they were still following the root somehow. So I gotta work out how that works. Because I know there's probably some constraint. Actually, now that I think of it more, it would have to be something like that. And I think I actually might remember for once where to find that. So if I clear that parent... Oh, actually, let me real quick. Let me turn you back to normal. If I can, I think I might actually remember where to set that up. Because usually I forget and I totally like look stupid, but I think this time I might actually remember how to do it. So there should be a tab here called Object Constraint, and it looks like, do I have to look at it in edit mode? Oh, there's nothing on there. Okay, interesting. I thought there'd be something on here. Maybe there's something else. Because that has no, that had no parent. So if I have that the way it was now, so I set this back to normal, and if I move root, oh no, it still acts. Okay, I must have done. Oh, that's the feet. The hands are okay though. Okay, so the hands are following root somehow without being parented to it. And when I do it to the feet, it like doubles up on the rotation. So there has to be something that's doing that. I thought it would be in this panel, but it's when I click on that bone, it's empty. But it has to, there's got to be something doing that somewhere. Oh. I just want to undo what I did on the feet first. I just want to undo that. So we'll go back here, foot parent. Let's turn that off. Let's get you out of there. So how are they doing it then? Relations, because this is no relations. Oh, maybe I had to have. No. Well, last resort, I'll try taking that on. Sorry, you guys can't see this. I just realized that my webcam would be over this panel. But I'm looking at the parenting thing here, and these IK handles have no parent, but they still move with the root. And I was checking... Oh, here we go. I was looking at this one. I was looking at object constraint. No, I want bone constraint. Okay, I didn't know those were separate. Here we go. What is switch parent? Oh... Okay, I think all I have to do is just change this to this, because COG is a parent of the root. I think that's it. I think I found it. I think that's hopefully that is all I have to do. So I'll do that for the hands, and just my game theory here. This is just game theory time. We'll see what happens. I know this, I'm breaking the natural order of Rigify, but sorry, it must be done. All right. Now, if I turn back of the bones I want, now let's see what happens. And I'll turn off this layer. So if I move root, it should all stay. Yep, it's all staying in place. It's not doing any weird rotating. And then if I move the center of gravity, it should also Yes! Okay, it did work. All right. Fantastic. Sorry, I don't know if any of that made any sense, but we just reparented the IKs without breaking it. See, the little voice in my head, it said that something would go wrong, but it would still be good. So that's cool. That's exactly what I want. Because now I can rotate her independently of the root with the center of gravity controller and have the IKs move with it, which I've decided I want. And if I, for whatever reason, decide I don't want that anymore, I can just go and change it back. So, as long as I don't regenerate the rig and rigify, or if I do and just remember to change that, we should be good. I wonder if there's a way to tell the meta rig to do that. Maybe there is, maybe not, but that works for me, for our purposes now. So I'm gonna turn off the bone names. Okay, cool. This is perfect now. So we'll go back to whatever it was I called it. Clamber jump, I think. There we go. Clamber jump is back. And then we'll move her hips, because remember, I can still use this bone to have it so that I can have the hand stay still. So I can still do that kind of thing if I want, but I also can use center of gravity to completely, so I can do this. Yeah, there we go, that's great. I only have to select the one bone and just rotate her like this. Isn't that cool? That's awesome. Now the question is how much of that do we want? Like where should we go? Like, where should the center of gravity be? I feel like this, because I don't want it to be too close to her body. Let me look up because I got this idea from one of the Guilty Gear rigs where they have, they demonstrate the center of gravity bone. That's what I was looking up this morning. And they have this, they do like a backflip pose like this. I'm gonna see if I can find the picture for it real quick, just to see where they put the center of gravity. Might be in the bone placement thing. Let me just find it. 1 second. I know it's in here. Oh, I think I almost found it. There's a certain... Oh, I've lost it now. It's like the center of... Oh, here it is. Watch this. So, in this... Okay, so the center of gravity is in between the knees and the head that they put here. And then when they're tucked into a roll like this, because we'll probably have a similar pose like that too, right? And then we'll move that bone in the middle. So that red dot, that's what I'm talking about. That's the center of gravity. So... Okay, because this is, I try to do a similar kind of pose to this, right? But you can see that the hands need to come out a bit more. And the head, so yeah, it needs to just be a little bit higher. I've got it almost, it just needs to be, it needs to, this has to kind of, oh, hold on, I didn't hold down shift. This has to kind of come like there. And this should, oh, rotate a little. About there. So that's like her head and her knees. It should be in sort of in the middle of those. I'm just going off this. Yeah, that looks about right. But her torso should bend more. This is where I'm going to use the torso tweak bones for this one. So I'll make a keyframe for those. Because I'm going to... These bones kind of let me sort of smoothly adjust the torso a bit better than the normal bones let me. So I'm going to take this one and rotate it a little. And it's going to be more curved, like an S shape. Like this. See, yeah, because I can move this up and down, and it kind of, her back stretches, which is what I want. So if you turn on wireframe, you could see it sort of like a, you know, like a cat would if a cat was doing a backflip. Can cats backflip? Actually, I want to know. You guys know if cats backflip? Because if they do, I haven't seen one personally do one. But if cats do, in fact, do that, that is that their spine would probably do something like this, I imagine. There we go. See, that looks a bit more... It looks right. You know what I'm saying? Looks a bit better. So, but her hands are a bit... I'm going to adjust this pose now that I'm here, because I made this a while back. Her hands need to be a bit closer together. And her fingers... Oh, not like that. And then I'll just rotate this a bit. So her hands are a bit, you know, instead of being wide, they're a bit more kind of graceful. So actually, you know, now that I look at it, the fingers should actually be bending backwards, like that, so that they're sort of, what's the name? Convex, concave, one of those two. You know the one. You know what I'm talking about. Her fingers should sort of do this. Very graceful, very delicate, very cool. Yeah, like that. That's what I'm talking about. And her thumb, sticking out a little like a sore thumb, isn't it? Pardon the pun. But if we rotate this to be a bit like that, maybe have it sort of next to her hand. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Then I'll just rotate this to go back a little like that. And I'll have to... I gotta bring these a little closer together. And maybe a bit further down like that. Yeah, like that. But this arm does look like it's twisting a fair bit, which doesn't... it looks a bit unnatural. So this is where that, remember when I said grace? This is kind of where it comes in a bit again, because this is going to be, because I think I remember saying last week that with Gabi's animations, I want there to be a mix between utility and like form, function over form type thing, where she's, you know, very, the action is very clear and it's very simple, but I also want like a combination of that. No, simple is not really the word. It's more like effective, like blunt, but with a mix of grace in certain areas. So with things like running or very quick actions, I want it to be very like athletic and very, what's the word I'm looking for? Very like functional. But then for things like this is where the bit of flair comes in, because her previous she didn't have a wall jump animation at all previously. It was just going to play the jump animation. So I'll tell you what, we'll go in game real quick so I can show you where I want this, because this will give us a picture of what we want. Because this is where I want to like go a bit heavier with, in these little moments, I want to go a bit heavier with this graceful style to it, where she moves a bit more acrobatically. So I guess it's like the words in my head I'm thinking of are athleticism and acrobatics, which have overlap, but I don't think those are the same, and I'm gonna use them to mean different things here. For me, athleticism is more the function of an animation in this context anyway. It means sort of like, you know, just the animation is a clear action, it does what it has to and nothing else. But then I want these other more stylish ones in there, sprinkled in, where she's, you know, because she doesn't, like, okay, so the animation I'm talking about here is when she jumps off a wall like that. Let me find a wall where there's no dialogue. So when she jumps off like this, here's what happens right now. If I slow motion it, she'll climb, and then it just plays the jump animation, like not even the jump, it just plays the fall animation and flips her around 180 degrees instantly like that. It looks lame, okay? It's lame. I know you guys didn't want to hurt my feelings, but I'm going to tell you right now that I don't like this either. I know none of you like it. I don't like it. So imagine if instead she was doing a backflip off this. So that's where it's going to be. It's going to be used here. So we've got that climb, and then it's going to come out of a climb, and she's going to compact up and then backflip off. So that's where that's gonna happen. So she's gonna go from clinging the wall to this sort of backflip type thing. And yeah, and I want it to look really stylish and cool. Because yeah, you know, you don't have to do a backflip, but it's like, it's cool though, so you should. You know what I'm saying? No, I reckon that pose oh, the tail, I forgot. I don't like that tail right now. I'm not liking that. I don't want, the tail is that's gonna hurt. So let's make some adjustments to that, shall we? What should the tail be doing? Should it go this way? What way should the tail go? Actually, I actually have not thought about what her tail would be doing in a backflip. I guess it would be doing like this, I suppose. It'd be sort of staying, yeah, it would be doing this. That's good. We'll do that. All right. So that's the pose. We've got the pose for this backflip. I might move this elbow in a little more. And I'll get rid of those in-betweens. And then we're going to use this bone to sort of do like that. See how that looks. Now, well, I guess without in-betweens, it's going to be really hard to tell, isn't it? So maybe for this bone, we'll have it as a linear. Oh, that does not look the way I thought it would look. All right. But I'm just seeing how she rotates with that center of gravity. See, that looks... the flips are going to look better than her old model because she didn't have a center of gravity before. So she isn't going to be glitching up and down. Now, how is she going to get out of this thing? Well, around here she should tuck, I think, maybe. Well, hold on. Because there are... let me just think. Because there are a few different kinds of backflips. There's the ones that are very somersault looking like this, and then there's ones where they're very tucked in. I gotta think about how I want this to go. Because I just thought it'd be cool to have a backflip, but there actually are a lot of ways to do a backflip. Let's see what people in real life do, if they do that at all. I'm gonna try and look up a clip of a guy backflipping off a wall to see what they do. Because I know that sometimes you're very tucked in and you spin really quick, and sometimes it's not the case. So, I'm no parkour expert, of course. Okay. Hold up. Yeah. So he's very open, but he's also trying to kick a ball. But it looks like he's not very tucked in. He's very open. But when he finishes, he sort of... his back and shoulders kind of compress. Okay, what's this camera angle look like? So yeah, because here's the thing. There's probably a name for this kind of thing that escapes me right now. But I've noticed that with flips, there's two different kinds that I've seen. You know, there's the ones like this, where the body is very kind of loose, and they flip around sort of their shoulder line, like that. And then there's the ones you see, like, where they're sort of tucked up in a ball, and like that kind of flip. Those are the ones I've seen. And I want Gabi to have some ones where she's really tight, like a double jump is going to be a very tight one. But I don't know if the backflip of the wall, if it should be kind of like this, where it's very open. Or if she should immediately, she'll leap back and then immediately tuck into a ball. I don't know what would be better. Because I might have to change up the pose, depending on what I pick. It's a physics property called conservation of angular momentum used by gymnasts. Okay. She also needs to turn 180 degrees doing the backflip somehow. Well, we're going to do that with code, so we're going to worry about that later. I'll search... That was actually, I just realized how weird of a thing that was to search. Guy backflipping off wall. I'll search wall flip. I need to get inspired. Yeah, they all seem to be, because they all do this thing where they kind of bend in half at the end. Okay, I don't need a tutorial. Hold on. I need input. I need to look at stuff. I'm gonna have to watch through them step by step. Am I? Yeah. Oh, hold up. This is actually, can I, okay. I gotta type in that thing where it shows it as a normal video and not as a short, sorry. That came out weird. Watch V equals something. I think that was the thing I type in. Watch $V equals the code, and then it will give me the normal player where I can scrub it. There we go. So I wanna slow-mo that. I want to get a close-up. Okay, because it actually, this guy does a little bit of both of what I'm thinking. Because here he's very stretched, and then he starts to contract. But I want to make Gabi's look a bit less relaxed than this. I want Gabi's to look very, what's the word? I don't know. This is sort of, the posture looks very relaxed for a backflip. Look, I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying it's a very parkour urban looking backflip. And I want Gabi to have a bit more not that, if that makes sense. With whatever the opposite of that spectrum is. Because this looks relaxed and chill, but I want Gabi's to be very sort of controlled. Oh my god, watching this backwards looks so funny. Anyway. I'll search up gymnast backflip. I just need to see. I need to see it. Gymnast backflip. I typed in backup instead of backflip. What do the gymnasts do? Okay, we're gonna watch a 6-year-old do a backflip. That makes me kind of jealous, not gonna lie. But I was using a trampoline. Okay, well, anyone with a trampoline can do a backflip. I say, as someone who probably can't do it. Okay, let's see what she does. Come on, let's go, let's go. Okay, that is cool. I'm gonna save that one, but that's not what I want. Oh, maybe do I want that? Because that's not really just a flip. I think they call that a corkscrew. I remember, because when I was 6, the age of this girl, when I was 6, I used to do gymnastics. I wasn't at this level. I was like level 0. But I remember we had a guy there that could do these corkscrew flips. I'm pretty sure that's what they were called. And he would do yeah, hold on, like this guy. He would do like this stuff. And I want to put some of these in Gabi's animations. I don't know if this would be the place for it in the wall jump, but my goodness, that guy, look at him, he's like a Beyblade, he's letting it rip. So I want to have some of that in, but I don't know if I want to do that for the back for a wall run. Well, I gotta play it. Let me play the game. Let me imagine. I gotta imagine what I want here, because I just realized that I can actually go about this a few different ways. So if I have her doing like a corkscrew flip, hold on, I gotta turn on capsule mode. I gotta. So this is why it's handy having this little option in the game. I can turn Gabi into a capsule and play the game and just, in my imagination, picture what I want to happen when you backflip off a wall like this. I don't think I want a corkscrew. I think I just want a backflip. Like that other guy was doing. I think that's what I want. Let me real quick see what the corkscrew flip would look like again. Can I want the thing where I don't want shorts. I hate the shorts player. Watch V equals, I need to do a frame by frame on this. Oh, lovely. I must have typed that in wrong. Watch V equals, let's go. All right. So here, what is she doing? Oh, the guy does flips too. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, all right. Let's look at this. I just want to look at this again and then picture if that's what I want, because she does like a twist, and her knees are an interesting shape. They kind of bend like an L, and then that's interesting. So if I do that, and I'm just picturing it. Okay. I don't know. I don't think I want that twisting going on. Although, that actually might have a purpose. I might actually be able to use that for something. Because here's the thing we gotta ask ourselves. She does a backflip off this. What way... Because at the moment, the code will flip her backwards to face the other way when you jump off a wall. So that she's now, like, her forward is now facing this way when you backflip off, like that. If I do a backflip, she would have to land front facing this way for that to make sense. But if I have her doing that corkscrew type flip, I could have it end so that she's facing this way, which actually might be more practical. Even though I kind of like the look of the backflip more, I think it might be more practical to do the corkscrew spin and have it, because that way it would make sense. There would be a reason why she would be facing the opposite direction. And I remember the reason I did that was so that you could do this, where you could, I know I've got, hold on, let me turn off the capsule. Because the reason why she spins like this with her forward vector, it like flips around, is so that you can kind of do this, so that you don't have to wait for the entire character to turn back around when you're doing stuff like that. Because she'll instantly, yeah, actually let me do this, and yeah, I think if I was doing it like this, the corkscrew would look better. Like having her backflip and then have to spin would look that'd be too much. That'd be difficult. But if she does like a corkscrew, I think that's what it's, that's the word I'm using. I don't know if that's the right word for it, but whatever this girl's doing, because I could make it so that she like does the backflip and then her spin, then here she just flips back over and she's facing the other way. That's what I would think to do. So I would just take a bit of whatever, not torque, I don't know if that's the word, but it's a bit of the spin off it, you know what I'm saying? I can do I have like a pen? Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can demonstrate it with this pen. I just need to say this out loud so I know what I want. So imagine this pen, like, you see this whole thing? That's her forward vector. That's where she's gonna be facing. So I'm gonna have this sideways. When she climbs up, she's facing the wall. And then when she backflips off it, because if we just do a backflip like that, she's still going to be facing that way, which I don't think we want. So if we do the backflip and then she does this like a spin, which I can't do that. I can't do it with the pen because my hands are not good enough to do that kind of flip. But she kind of flips and spins at the same time, so that by the time the flip finishes, instead of facing this way, she's facing the other way. That's all right. Now that I've acted it out with my pen, I'm gonna because this might be a tricky one actually. Although what I should do, I should save the somersault type pose for something else though, because this might come in handy later. So I should make a copy of this. Because this we might still use, but this one, it'll be a bit different. So I'll put this on my other, we'll go frame by frame and see the posture that she starts with here. Hopefully, okay, so her body is sort of like, her torso is twisting upwards already. So I think I need to if I'm gonna do that, I need to straighten Gabi out a little. We need to straighten her out a bit. That crescent shape, we gotta lose that a little bit. And we gotta have our hands not as stretched out. Oh, sorry, that's covering you guys. Back half twist. Oh, thank you. Sorry, yeah. Let's have a look. Back half twist. Maybe there's more reference. Oh, cool. Let's have. Oh no, I don't want to buy a car. Stop advertising to my specialized interests. How does YouTube know No, I'm not a car owner, so it's even funnier. Come on, algorithm. They don't even know I don't own a car, bruh. Back half twist. Why is it all children? I don't get it. Is this like a move only kids can pull off? Well, let's see what she does. Oh, wait. What was that? What was that? Hold up. Did she... Okay, I thought they were going to show her landing like that, which would have been funny reference. Imagine Gabi landing. All right, let's see what they do. All right. Oh yeah, back half twist. That's actually exactly what I want. So let's slow that down. Let's frame by frame it, because that is a little different to what I've got on this screen. There is actually a bit of curve in the... I know it's a bit hard to see from the front, but okay, there's still that shape. And I don't know what she's doing with her arm though. I don't know if that's meant to... Oh no, okay, that makes sense. Okay, no, I get it. So when she... I don't know how I know this, but it looks like with her hand, you see how she's got her hands in like a twist like that. That has to be shifting her weight, right? That has to... I think that's what makes her spin, doesn't it? That has to be it. Because that's... I didn't see that one on the other one as much. She had her hands more up, but this one, her hands are like this. So maybe that... Thanks for naming that, because this is probably a better reference to use. Because watch what happens, because now... She's now... Like, her body is now sideways. And then... It isn't until, like, here... It's still twisted. Like, her body's still kind of sideways, but her bottom half, the legs, have kind of... flipped over. That's cool. All right, this is a great reference. And what's really cool about this is a bit of a bonus animation principle for those that know what... I think it's called secondary action. No. Maybe it's either called secondary action or something else. I don't remember the name. But you see how she's got this ponytail. So that's actually a really cool indicator of like gravity of what it's doing, because that's like a secondary... it's not... Is it called secondary action? It's escaping me right now. I think I'm 90% sure it's secondary action of just watching the hair, because then you can kind of see you can see easily from this which way her momentum's moving because of the way her hair's flinging. And that's actually a very helpful indicator. Like, that is beyond helpful. Because it has that flow to it. So I can use that for her tail, because her tail will have to kind of do a similar thing here. So that's actually bonus, pretty cool, because her tail is going to have that kind of follow-through secondary action going on. So we'll start with that pose, where the hands are like that. Secondary motion, overlap. That's the one yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one I was thinking. Overlapping action. Which, is it the same? I've heard those terms used interchangeably. Let me search overlapping action. Oh hey, there's actually a great example right here. Follow through. Oh, it's both of them. It's follow through and overlapping action. Sorry, I'm a little rusty. I'm a little rusty on my principles. I haven't animated in like over a year, so... yeah, see, that's animation lesson time. That's it's got follow through and overlapping action, which is sick. So, a round of applause to this person for having a ponytail, for for making this a really good animation reference. All right, well, we have to make some changes to this now, don't we? Because this is nothing like that pose. So, this is exciting. I've wanted to make Gabi do flips for so long. You have no idea. Since the first model, I was like, I gotta have her do flips and stuff, but the rig just couldn't handle it, because it was actually it was like not worth the effort. It was way too hard because of the way I'd done it. But now, with this bone, the center of gravity bone, I can finally do it. I can make her do flips. And this is kind of where it comes to the kind of the whole point of this whole character, the remastered characters, because I want to give, because her, I don't know, her current one is just, it lacks charm. It lacks this sort of polish to it. And that's, and because it's the player character, I know that kind of thing is going to make a huge difference. Even though the mechanics are not going to change and the code is not going to change, the way it's presented, this is going to be what kind of takes the game from the current look it has. It's going to elevate the entire game just by giving her backflips, basically. Now, which way is her hand facing? I gotta watch. I don't know if it's this way or this way. I think it's this way. I gotta watch what she does. Yeah, okay, so yeah, it's that way. I'm gonna have to move, that elbow is gonna be so... I'm gonna have to move that shoulder around a bit. And that elbow. Oh, this, okay. It's gonna look weird, but bear with me. I gotta have her wrist clipping upwards. Like that. Oh, come on, come on. Yeah, it's gotta be like this. Oh, well, not sticking out too much though. It's gotta be kind of like that. All right. And then we will have to move her other arm because it's gonna go into her armpit, and the other arm is going like behind, so the shoulder is gonna be a different shape completely there. All right. I am getting kind of hungry, so we might just focus on this one pose for now, because I'm gonna get kind of grumpy soon. But God, that's a cool pose. So the other hand is sort of doing this. This is an interest. I didn't test this with the rig before. I haven't tried doing something like this, but let's see. This is like a cool stress test. Can the rig actually handle this? I'm very confident it can, but I have not tried twisting her arms around her body yet. So I'm very, very excited to see what will happen. Whoa. Actually, this is like... Hey, that's pretty good. So we just gotta bring that arm a bit higher. Where's the IK for her hand? I can't see it. Where? Yeah, there we go. So we gotta bring this a little higher up near her shoulder, like this. There we go. I think. Let me back up a little. It looks a little funny when I go frame by frame. It looks like, just for that frame, it looks like she's gonna choke herself. Sorry, it's a very... But yeah, because her head vanishes straight away. So I'm trying to figure out where her hand's going, and it's like, I better not be going for her neck, because that would be unfortunate. But it looks like her hand is like this, so I'll try and get a similar thing going. There are so many controls, I don't know how you handle that. Well, you'll be delighted to know that there is actually more controls than are visible right now. So I'm gonna hide some of them. Yeah, I don't know how I handle it either, to be honest with you. I don't know. Alright, that's looking pretty cool. That's looking pretty cool. I think the torso's bent a little too much now. So I'm gonna have to get the torso tweak back and adjust some of this. Oh, come back. There we go. So we gotta straighten her torso a little. And it has to start twisting, so I'll have to move the hands a little still. And the legs are... She's bending back too much for this. Oh, wait, hold up. Can I grab her hand? There we go. So I'll have to move this whole... It's starting to bend back a little too far. It's gotta be like that. Except, oh dear. I want median point. There we go. Oh. Global. There we go. Kind of like that. Alright, that's a bit better. And I'm noticing that her hand is not, it's not going fully across her body, it's sort of going like this. And this is kind of, I'm gonna have to adjust her shoulder here too. So this has to come a little further down, I think. No, actually it doesn't go down that much. It actually goes up a little, like this. As for this shoulder, I didn't touch the shoulders yet, did I? Ooh. I forgot I could rotate the shoulders like that. Actually, that looks... I think I'll leave it like that. And then the feet have to be... They have to be a bit less dangly. They're still going to be kind of firm to where she was on the wall at this point. And then I think... Well, actually, can I copy the keyframes of the feet from before? And let me remove that extra keyframe. So let me copy that from that, because I need to have it look like she's flipping from this point. So I'll paste, and I know the rotation is going to be a complete mess. Bear with me. So I'll have to move her body because it has to look like it's transitioning from that same animation. Oh, hold up, not quite. Nope, not like that. Where's I want grid snapping. There we go. I'm just trying to. I just got to get a idea of where her legs, because her legs needs. Those are the priority. The legs have to be in the right spot for this to work. So, because it has to transition from this. So her body needs to propel outwards way more. So let's grab her hands and her torso, wherever that went. Yep. And this has to, like, because she's pushing herself, because the only difference between my one and the reference is that Gabi's going to be pushing herself off a wall rather than a trampoline. So I think the feet should, I'll straighten them. They shouldn't be bent like that, actually, but yeah, she has to, like, kind of propel out from, see how, yeah, that looks better now, doesn't it? It looks like she's boing, coming out of the wall like that. But I think we need a bit more height. We need a bit more height. Because it, yeah, she has to go a bit upwards too. We can't have her going fully back. It has to come a bit up. Like that. That's cool. And then we will, this looks painful as hell, so let's fix you up there. Oh, not like that. No. Like that. Oh, no, that looks worse actually. Let me back up a little. Okay. I have to, because if I move this whole controller, I have to be careful. This has to kind of, but no, something's not right. Hold on. Oh, wait a second. Okay, these are keyframes. All right. Because what I want is I want her. I need to move these back, and then her toe needs to kind of do this. I want to move the entire foot, but it'll move too much from where it's sitting if I do that. So I have to kind of. Oh, that's actually. How do I make that not look unnatural? Yeah, the foot needs to be higher, that's why. And I keep going on frame. The frame keeps changing. I'm on frame 6, not frame 7. So these two have to kind of, they have to look like they've shot out from where they were previously. So they need to come further back, like this. But not too far. Maybe like that. Oh, I know why I keep. All right, frame 6. It's still not really. Maybe up, maybe there. Okay, that's better. It looks like, because it's pivoting from the edge of her toes there. That's what I'm trying to get. All right, it's just I got to adjust the rest of the body to kind of compensate there. But man, this is fun. I finally get to make her do a flip. So. Because in the reference, the legs are they're not very bent. Because all that push would come here, and then here they're sort of like kind of relaxed. They're not and then when we get to here, they're like bent and spread out, which I don't know if are you meant to do it like that, or is she just, because I know this is probably not a level 200 gymnast we're looking at here, but it seems like the legs they sort of flop around to the other side, which I don't know, maybe that's what we want. Okay, I think I've got... I just need to bring this foot a little higher up because it looks a little weird that they're exactly the same. So I'll point that one out like this. There we go. Oh man, I could see the future of this flashing before my eyes right now. It's gonna be sick. All right. The elbow does look a little awkward though. And the hand, it looks like it needs to be more flush with the back. And the elbow, something about it just looks kind of, maybe like that. That's a bit nicer. And it needs to come down a bit more. It's a bit too high. It needs to be like here. That's where it has to sit. It's really hard to tell because I don't see that from the reference because that's covered. It's only from the front, but it looks like it's coming down about here, I think. That does look a bit better. Oh man, this is gonna be sick. All right, next pose. We'll do the next pose is gonna be, because we've done this. Now I gotta think what the next key would be, and I think it would be like here at the apex. And this is kind of hard to judge because we're looking at it from this camera angle, but I can kind of see what's going on. The hands don't seem to move too much, which is great because I do not want to move the hands. It looks like what looks like is happening though, is that it looks like because her torso is straightening in this mid bit, so when her back is arched, the elbows and stuff kind of stick out a bit more, but as she straightens her back, they kind of are more, they're hugging her body more. So I'll have to adjust the arms to stick out a little less here. And the torso will straighten, her head will tilt up, and the legs kind of bend in like a triangular type shape. All right, I think I got this. But the twist, I gotta make sure that the twist is there, because her torso is more twisted than her legs are. So I might forget to do that, so I just gotta make sure I remember that. So I'll shift this a few frames over. Hey Gabi, do a flip. Yeah, you got it. Searching up wall Arabian will give you a series of half twist flips. Is it? I don't know. Are you trolling me? I feel like Arabian's a very weird name for a flip. But I'll vet this. I'll check this out. It better meet. Let's see. Is he right? Okay, no, he's not trolling me. He's right. Oh, another. Why am I getting car commercials all the time? Okay, no, this is a Mars commercial. All of a sudden I feel like eating Mars bars. I don't know why. I don't know, guys. I just have this sudden urge to eat a Mars bar. I don't know why. I'm like, wait, is that guy wearing a... Oh my goodness, memory unlocked. I remember this video that this clip is from. This was the Assassin's Creed parkour, like Assassin's Creed 3 parkour. I remember watching this when I was in like high school. Oh my god, I remember that. That just unlocked a... Oh my god. I totally forgot about that game and that video. Interesting. So these guys do it a little different. They kind of tuck. They tuck where the goal and the trampoline doesn't. So let's have a look at these dudes. See what they do. I think I've got the first pose good, but yeah, probably a good time to look at the apex of their flip here, because it's probably going to be a bit different. They do a tuck, which actually might be a good idea. Let's watch this dude. Oh no, he cut it off. No, 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 no. Yep. No, stop cutting it off. I want to just watch you do it. He keeps cutting it off right at the... Okay. Does he show the whole thing? Does he? Please. All right. Let's analyze. Okay, so this guy, his posture is very different. This is very different. And it seems like everyone we look at has a different... It all looks different. So he's twisting kind of down. His head's twisting down, and he's using his arms. Instead of tucking them in, he's like sticking them out. Very different. That's crazy. It is insane how many different ways you can do these. And then he tucks his arm over his leg like that. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna be a big fan of that, because posing Gabi to have a leg under a thigh like that is gonna be kind of tricky, I reckon. And this looks a bit more masculine, which, I mean, obviously, right? But this has more of that kind of parkour casualness to it, the loose-fitting casual type look. The trampoline girl, she's definitely not, it's not fully on the other end of the spectrum, but it's a bit more tight, if you know what I mean. Like, the legs are a little loose, but the upper body is very controlled, you know what I'm saying? Like it's very, it isn't very loose like this guy's one. And I want it to be a very surgical, tight movement. This one's a bit more casual and loose. It's still cool, but I think for Gabi, I want something a bit more like this. But the legs on her, I mean, yeah, she's a child, so it's probably not going to be like gymnast level. But there's like a certain... I want to like take that and mix it with something, but I need to look at more. Whoa. All right. Without looking at the metadata, I'm gonna guess this looks like it was recorded between 2007 and 2009. Cast your votes in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Just from this one frame, this takes me back 15 years. And I'm gonna guess this was uploaded between 2007 to 2009. Could I get more specific? You know what? I'm gonna say 2009. That's gonna be my guess. What's your guess? 09? I'm gonna guess mid 20. I'm gonna try and get as specific with my guess as possible. I'm gonna guess it's like summer 2009 or spring 2009 based on the weather. That looks like Texas to you? Cool. I don't know. I haven't been to Texas, so I can't say. Early 2010. Oh, you know what? I could kind of feel early 2010. Okay. 2017. Oh, I don't know. That seems a bit... I don't think the world didn't look like this in 2017. Well, shall I reveal? Because I don't know, honestly. I've got it in theater mode. Shall we see what year this was released? 2017. This does not look like 2017 though. Ovo was right. God damn it. We were like 10 years off. Oh wait, no, there's another number beneath. 17/6/16. So is this recorded in June 2016? See, I knew June. I was feeling like this is June, some point in June, but 2016, it looks like. Man, unless the dates are swapped. Because if this was June 2017, then this is no way, because it wouldn't have been uploaded. So this is recorded in June 2016. See, that caught me off guard, because I literally, from that one frame, I was like, that's 2008. Oh, actually, now that I'm watching, yeah, you know what happened? This kid borrowed his dad's Sony camcorder from 2008 to record this in 2017. That's what happened. That has to be it, because there's no way this cameras did not look like this in 2017. There's no way. But a Sony Handycam, this is a Sony Handycam footage. I know this like the back of my hand. But this kid's pretty cool though. But yeah, this is a very I'm just noticing that their arms are a lot looser on these. And they have a more as a sideways. They don't twist as much. It's like a very, they kind of are there sideways sort of thing. So that's not what we want, but that is a cool video. I'm gonna bookmark this because I just like the look of it. It just looks awesome. Are we gonna, oh, what is all this? Okay. When was this released? Okay, this is a genuine 2010 video. Oh, no, I don't remember videos looking this bad in 2010, video quality. Okay, that is not what we want. That's way too, that's a bit too, oh, they all kind of seem to do this tuck. All right, let's look back at this one, because I like how the body twists in this one, because that's the kind of look I want. I want this sort of but I'm wondering if would that work with legs tucked, because I'm noticing a trend where they all seem to tuck their legs, and it's like, well, could I do that while making it look more feminine? Because the thing I'm like, because the thing with this type of pose where it's very form, like the form is very narrow, like a torpedo kind of thing, is that it looks more feminine to me. And I want to maintain that sort of graceful sort of that pose. But the guys doing the Arabian flips, the posture is very different. They have a very kind of this type shape with their arms that they do. They don't do like a tight conformed like this. They do like that with their arms. So it's well, let's just keep going with this. But those were cool to look at though, and we'll see how these poses work out, because these are the ones I like the most so far. But yeah, I mean, come on, like that looks like a 2009 video, doesn't it? Yeah. There's no way he recorded that in 2016. I don't believe it. All right. So this is where it, oh, I've gone very far from the root. This is going to be kind of, tricky, because what I have to do, I have to go back to this pose and and I need to move the center of gravity, because I'm going to need to use this now, and the rest of this is not going to work where it is. So I have to move everything near the center of gravity. Unless, you know, it would be cool if I could like move this bone without the rest of it moving. But with the IKs, that might not be possible, so never mind. I have a bad feeling about that, trying to do that. So I'll just do the patient way and just move everything relative to the center of gravity bone, because I do not want to break the parenting again. Oh, I didn't mean to delete them, sorry. So we need it so that the center of gravity is like, let me go back a few frames and try and guess. It's a hard thing, you kind of have to eyeball it. But the center of gravity is definitely below, like here. I'm just looking at where this diamond shape thing is, of where the center of gravity is. And I'm also noticing that her hips are, something's not right with those. If I could just deselect her legs real quick. Her hips need to... Something about the legs bending out, down doesn't look right, now that I'm looking at this again. That's a bit, yeah, that's a bit nicer. I'm just looking at this, and her legs, it looks like the legs sticking out that way, but they're more straight. That looks better. But her torso needs to relax a little. This has to, yeah, because now that when I look at things and then stop looking at them and then look at them again, I see different things sometimes. So, oh. And yeah, that hand does have to move a little so that her elbow is not sticking out too much. It has to, yeah, it has to kind of be like this. There we go. Okay, I'm liking this. This is a bit better now. Yeah, human body, man. It's incredible. I'll say. I know this is very finicky and frustrating, but human body's so cool. Not gonna lie. Human body is awesome that it can do stuff like this. Oh, you know what I just thought of? You know what I just realized? A reference, I haven't looked at this in ages, but Gabi's, like the Bible on how Gabi should move in my head that I've been thinking of this whole time and didn't realize, the guideline is like Sporticus. That's who I should be looking at. I'm pretty sure Sporticus does those sorts of moves from Lazy Town. Sporticus, because that's the way he moves. There's something about it that I've been trying to describe this whole time, and I think Sporticus kind of has it. I need to look at him do stuff because he has this. It doesn't look like the parkour people, the Assassin's Creed people. It looks different the way that Sporticus moves, and I've been trying to figure out how to describe it, but I think if I look at him, it'll make sense. God, this show is so good. But I don't want to know. I want to see him do flips. Handstands are also cool. Yeah, it's like this. You see how his body is very like. That was the pose we had earlier. I literally had that exact same pose. See, it's a little different from the parkour people. The parkour people are very loose and casual. That's the feel of it. But Sporticus is very rigid, but not in a bad way. It's very tight and very... It almost looks like CGI when I see him bend like this. It's crazy. But it's very... It's not... You know what I mean? You can see it, right? It's very like... He's very disciplined in his movements. He isn't loose. He isn't like flowy. His arms aren't going all everywhere. Everything is extremely controlled. And that's what I've been trying to describe this whole time. For the way that I want Gabi to work is like a feminine Sporticus. Like take Sporticus, but add a bit of feminine flair to it. But yeah, that's it, right? And I have to do that. I have to make her do that pose at some point. Oh, cool. He's teaching kids how to flip. Oh, that's awesome. But I want to see Sporticus. I want to see him do it. Yeah, let's go. And also, I swear, we should do this sometime. We got to watch every episode of Lazy Town because I swear that they reuse this shot in like every episode. Because I've seen this exact sequence before somewhere else, and I'm pretty sure they just reuse it. That's going to be my guess, but I haven't watched enough of this to know. Now this is a bit of a different move than what I'm doing here. It's a little different, but you see how his hands, they're doing something a little. It's similar to what this person was doing. There's a similar with the hands, except this is the difference between like a 9-year-old and Sporticus, is the legs. She's got the hands pretty good, but Sporticus's legs are like, they're like, you know, precision, no flopping about type business. This person's a bit more casual. It's a bit less, you know what I mean? You know what I mean. I don't have to explain it. You know what I'm talking about. That's... God, I'm so glad I remembered that. That completely escaped my memory. And I was like, I've seen this somewhere. I've seen it somewhere. Where have I seen it? And it's Sporticus. So I'm glad I remembered that, because that's... Man, Sporticus is so cool. Anyway, let's get... Okay, let's go. Now that I've got this sort of where I want, center of gravity... Because the center of gravity is now going to move... I got to think about where the center of gravity is going to move. I think it needs to come, like, forward a bit more like that. Because I just got to make sure I get that right. Sorry, I keep getting sidetracked. It seems like the hungrier I get with stuff, the more I forget what I do. But no, I want to do this last in-between pose at least. I want to at least do that. So I think the center of gravity... I'm just looking at that diamond. Because she's really going to be leaning back, so that has to... Yeah, it's a... I gotta take it this way a bit. And then... Oops. Hold up. Let's move that to the right frame. Then I have to move this to compensate for that change. So I'm moving her center of gravity. So that has to come up a little bit. Because then, yeah, you see, okay, that's better. That's better. That's what I'm talking about. All right, now I can do the next pose. But yeah, wow, there's a lot of reference out there though. So now for the next keyframe, her entire torso is like upside down. So I'm gonna need to take her hands with her and rotate them. Should I rotate it with her whole body or the center of mass though is the question. You know what? Because this really should rotate this bone. For this to work, I'm now seeing that the rotation should be done here. Or actually, no, because it takes the feet with it. That actually might be hard. I'll leave it alone there for this frame. But then for this frame, I might rotate it a bit this way. Because it's just tricky when the center of mass changes. I haven't had to do this yet, so I'm just figuring out how this bone works still. Because, yeah, we'll have the center of mass rotate. That seems like a good idea. But, yeah, so it comes back to... I need to turn on snapping for this to actually, like, be neat. Because it has to do like a 180. So I want to have a center of... It'll do that, but we're going to have to change her pose. I mean, this looks kind of awkward, obviously. So we'll move her relative to the way that the center of mass changes. That seems like a smart idea. Oh, and because it's putting in all these in-betweens. So let me turn off. So here, so I'll move, okay, now I know how I should start. So I'll move all of this because her center of mass is now gonna be like here. Oh, what? Uh-oh. Oh wait, it's interpolation mode, let's turn that off. And it can't be exactly over it. Yeah, it's gotta be like that. Let's see how that looks from here. Okay, that does look a bit weird. So I'm gonna take that reference and then I'm gonna look at Sporticus's legs. Because Sporticus, the difference that he does, with these other dudes is that he like crosses his legs like this, which actually does look pretty cool. Not gonna lie, I do like that. It looks, I don't know, it looks cool. Okay, it just looks cool. So this is where I got to remember the twist, because at this stage, the torso needs to be twisting. It needs to be basically sideways by this point. So I'm gonna take the arms and the torso. Yeah, okay. I'll admit this doing flips is a bit harder than I thought it would be, but I haven't had to do flips like this properly before, so I'm learning. Oh, okay, hold on. I gotta change this to active element. Because her torso has to start going this way, and so do her hips actually. So I'll take the hips as well. It all has to kind of do this. But oh, no, something's not right. Maybe I do median point. Her neck looks like it is in pain, terrible pain. What does the head do? The head kind of follows the, it seems to kind of follow this direction of the torso from the looks of it. And now that yeah, hold on now, let me step back. I need to rotate the entire torso, not just these tweak bones. This one should move. This bone should move like that. And then some of her upper torso will go a little further. Oh, no, not that one. No. Let me... Where? Yeah, this one. So this will start to twist a little, like that. Yeah, we go, that's a bit better. Oh, but, okay, this needs to go even more. This has to be, like, sideways. So let me just rotate that and this at the same time. So, yeah, because the belly has to sort of be facing sideways at this point. And the neck is... I know, her neck... Sorry, Gabi. I'll fix that up. Because her head is going to kind of hang now, so it doesn't have to be as strict. In fact, yeah, the chin is sort of like this. And then the arms... The arm has actually moved on this reference. The arm has gone higher and further across, so I'll try and get that as well. Are you certain he crossed the legs? Yeah, watch this. Well, I know it's a bit... I know, this was 2005, okay, so the motion blur and the 480p makes it a bit hard to make out. But it's... Oh, it's not like... It's like they're about to intertwine. They start going that way. They cross a little bit in certain points. I guess the word I'm looking for is more that he, like... They're very close together. I think from this angle, it kind of... Because the knee is sort of coming out a little in front of the other. So that... Yeah. So they're not like that, but they're like that. You know what I mean? Which... From the little I do remember about gymnastics, there is a reason for that. The reason escapes me, because I haven't done gymnastics since 2005, when the show was filmed. So I don't remember the terminology, but I remember that legs, they put a lot of emphasis on that. Because it kind of... there's some reason. If any gymnasts in chat, you'll know what I'm talking about. Because yeah, gymnasts will be watching an animation stream for sure. But yeah, the hand changes position to kind of cross across her body like that, and the elbow is sort of more because like kind of like this. Now, I will say, without all that topology work I did, this would be a lot harder, let's just say. So when I have, because when I just did her hand like that and have her elbow rotate like this, I just had a flashback to her old model, and I know that doing that with her old model would have been a complete nightmare. So I'm just kind of happy that I can just do this and it works. Like, you have no idea how cool that is, that I can just move her hand and it does what I want. Because a lot of the time with her old model, I would move her hand and it would not move the way I wanted. And I'm like, oh, now I have to go and tweak 10 bones to get what I want. But here I just move 2 bones and it does what I want. And it's like, oh my god, yes. It just feels good, okay? It just feels pretty good. It feels great. Now, this is where I can... Oh! No, not like that. Hold on. I'm gonna, like, reset these control bones, because these are getting kind of out of hand. A bit wacky. Well, can I... Yep. There we go. Because the feet are gonna have to move. They're gonna have to rotate. Because this ain't it. This is not it. Let's move them down. And we gotta rotate them. So they're kind of like this. They're close together. And the head is actually... I do need to twist the head a bit more. The head has to be looking ahead. No pun intended. I didn't mean that to sound funny, okay? I just mean that the head has to be... It has to be... The motion starts with the head. The twist starts with the head and it goes down the body. And I remember learning this somewhere, and I don't remember where I learnt this from, but I think it's with like ballerina dancers. I think that's where it's from. Where when they do a spin, maybe it's not actually. I think ballerinas, they keep their head still. So maybe this is from somewhere else. But from the reference I'm seeing, it starts with the head and then it follows through the rest of the body. So the head has to be looking even, it has to twist more. Like that. Now, actually that's not so bad. I was thinking would I have to move the legs over, but that actually is okay. The tail, ooh, I gotta look at okay, so the tail is gonna be kind of tricky because it's gonna be kind of weighed down, but I can't bend it too far. But this is like the follow through, so it might not actually be even worth trying to do the tail yet, because I need to see the rest of it for the tail to make sense. Let's see how we're going here with all these poses. All right, so it starts here. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Not gonna lie. It's very quick. It's very quick. Oh. So this is how she looks just standing normally. I don't remember putting that keyframe there, so I want to take that out. Okay. There is something that isn't right. She moves too much when I rotate the center of gravity. She needs to be closer to the wall. Yeah, yeah. I know how to fix that though. She's not positioned in the right spot. Yeah. So she needs to move like here. So her center of gravity should be like at her head, I think. Oh, actually that does look a bit strange. Maybe a bit lower. I need to watch her hips, because they're gonna rotate around her. Oh, okay, it's her torso where her shoulders are. So the center of gravity has to line up with the shoulders, and I can't really tell how much back and forward she's moving because of the angle that's filmed at. But yeah, I've got the center of gravity, so that little diamond shape controller has to be where her shoulders are at. But something does look wrong. Oh, you know what it is? I think I've figured it out. I know what it is. It's that she needs to push off more. Yeah, because she has this massive pushing motion, and she needs to move further that way. So the center of gravity needs to come out more. Like here. Yeah. And now, you know, hold on. Now that I'm looking at it, the center of gravity on that first pose is also kind of wrong, I think. Because I'm thinking of it because it needs to pivot around a point. That's the only thing that doesn't look right at the moment. The poses look okay, but it's just the way it's pivoting looks wrong, because it looks, you see, okay, to try and demonstrate this problem, look at her head. Look at that area where her head is, and look at what is filled up there in the next frame. It gets replaced with her torso, which doesn't look right. On these references, that doesn't happen. What happens is... Oh, cool. Actually, I didn't watch this far ahead, but she's showing what she does with her hands. That's cool. Where... Oh, I've lost it now. I lost the flip. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. Actually, wait. Hold on. I want to see her do that backflip again. That's cool. I might use that for something. She does a lot of flips in this. Where's the corkscrew flip? I've lost it now. I've lost it. Oh, damn it. I had it. I think it's here. It's here. Yep. Oh, no, this is a different take. No, see her arms, she's messed it up here with her arms. Where's the other take? How many of these did she do? Oh, there we go. We got it. So watch. You see how her entire body rotates around her shoulders. Now let's look at Sporticus. I think it does the same. Watch where a center of mass pivots. Yeah, it's the shoulders. And his legs pivot around where his shoulders... You see how his shoulders are staying in the same spot? I mean, I know they're twisting and stuff, but... This actually looks really uncanny, you know, that I'm looking at it frame by frame. It looks... I mean, it's just the green screen is just throwing me off. But the pivot point... Yeah, so I've got it wrong on my one. That pivot point has to be where her shoulders are. So I will adjust. I know I keep adjusting this pose, but now I know where it needs to be. So, because I mean, it's kind of acting like center of gravity, but it's also kind of acting as a axis by which to pivot the rest of the body. Which maybe that's I don't know. Maybe that's what center of gravity is meant to do after all. Because when I think center of gravity, I think of the Wii what is it? The Wii Fit board, and it like rates what your center of gravity is. So I'm not very familiar with how center of gravity works, because I'm not a physician, but I can see now that this has to be like, it has to be like here, and I'm gonna have to move this to compensate. But this is freaking cool. This is I'm having a lot of fun. I'm so sick of weight painting. This is way more fun. Cause yeah, now we try and move this to like the same point. Which I actually, I just want to copy the position. And then it'll look better. It'll look correct. Yeah, watch this. Okay, now it's in the exact same spot. All right, actually it does have to move a little bit, I think. So so all I have to do is like move this a little bit sideways. Yep. Because she is gonna move a little bit. That's what I'm talking about. See, that's the pivot point now. All right, I think that's much better. Because before, what was going on? Her, like, her hips were where her shoulders were, which is not right at all. But you see here, the pivot is like on the shoulders, just like in these clips. And that's why it looks better, because that's what the human body will just do. So I feel pretty proud of that. I just want to watch it again for the real life reference. Yeah, because it kind of flips around the shoulders. All right, that's pretty cool. But it's 3:30, and no wonder I'm so hungry. So I'll have to pick this up next time, because I could do the rest of them, but that's going to take like another half hour to get all to finish up that up. But yeah, wow, flips are kind of challenging. But I think this is only my first one, so that's probably why. It's probably why I'm having a tough time with it. It's just because it's my first one. So let's save that. I think now that I kind of understand what to pay attention to now, I think I will have an easier time as I keep going. But look at that, that's freaking cool. I know it's like not finished, but imagine in game, let's try and put the camera where the game's camera would be, and imagine the in-between frames. Imagine the rest of the frames in there. It's gonna be sick. See, it's like the sort of graceful spin. So we'll have to have more of that spin as I keep doing the poses. Yeah, I haven't looked at it with the materials on yet, so it's weird seeing like all of her detail there. But yeah, that's cool. I'm excited. But I have to eat. I really don't want to have to eat, but I kind of have to. My body demands it, so. But man, this was fun. Let me just make quadruple sure that this is all saved. Okay, we are good. We are fine. But yeah, guys. So that's animating flips. It is a kind of tricky. It is a bit tricky, mainly because of all that center of mass stuff. But considering I only set that bone up this morning, it's not so bad, because I haven't tried to animate. Like, did anyone here still see when, I don't know if anyone hasn't seen it, the old flips? I would want to just show what the old flip was like before I go, for those that joined just now. Gabi's old flips, for reference, this is what they were like. So this is a summer. I know it's a different direction, but the principle is. You see how she like jitters up and down? Because she has no center of mass bone to control, where I could control her. So I had to manually rotate her entire skeleton and line it up, which obviously did not work out so well because she jitters up and down so much. So that's why those look really bad with the roll. You see, yeah, like here, she's like clipping through the floor. She's going like this. It's not good. So with that center of mass bone, now that I'm kind of getting the hang of it, we can avoid having that problem now. But yeah, so that's cool. I'm just making sure that's all saved. But yeah, guys, how does it look with the armor? Oh, great question, actually. We should check that out before we go, shouldn't we? Sorry, I'm just checking chat now. So if I turn that on, I gotta turn off a mask here, and I turn on a mask and then find the object called armor. Let's have a look. That's a good suggestion. So that's what with the armor on, and I know it's going to clip a little bit, but we kind of can't help that. This is the sort of clipping I'm fine with. So that's it with the armor on. It's just, I know it's hard with just half of the animation, so I might extend this a little. It's a bit hard without it resolving itself. It is a bit hard to picture, but you can kind of see, it feels like she's pushing herself from something. So that's, I'm happy with that. But yeah, because we don't have all the rest of the later stages yet, we don't have the rest of the poses, we don't see that twist fully there yet. Because I think what will have to happen, because her torso is going to have to face like it's gonna have to turn another 90 degrees for the next pose, and that's when it's gonna start to look cool. But I really love the transition between these two poses. I really like this. I don't know why, but I know I like it. Because it looks like she's just like a rocket, like taken off from the wall. So that's how it looks with armor. Unlockable Sporticus mustache would be... Yeah, dude, it would be pretty cool. It would be cool. Uniheim says, I'm new here. This is my first time watching the stream. Oh, thanks so much for joining. Do I stream daily? I do not. However, I've been contemplating whether I should. So that's something I've been thinking about, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to do it. I don't know. It's gonna. It'll take some time, I reckon, because I do want to put out more. But I've been kind of busy with... So you've watched the stream the first time. Have you seen my videos? Like my normal, not live videos? Because if you're literally stumbling across the channel for the first time, then I'm going to have to give you a different intro. But if you know the channel, you know the game, and you're just coming into the streams the first time, then you're probably realizing how much I have not said in my main videos with my live streams. So yeah. Because I've been working, when I haven't been doing animation, I've been really busy reorganizing all of my project files in Premiere, because they're a bit of a mess. And I'm hoping by the time that's finished, I can make videos a bit more easily. But apart from videos, I would like to put out more stuff without it taking too much time from just focusing on the game. Oh, you randomly clicked in it and you recommended? Well, that's cool. Thanks for hopping by. Well, hey, after I head off, you should check out my main videos on my channel where I kind of go a bit more into what this is all for. So this is for a video game I'm doing called Project Feline, where it's like a third-person parkour game. You run on walls, you climb, you flip off walls like she does here. And I'm currently working on this thing where I'm redoing the character model with way better animations. So I'm doing a bit of a remaster on the character model, because the current one is... It's okay. It's not great. It's okay. But this, I want it to be spectacular. So that's my current mission with these streams. I've just been working on this type of stuff. Working on mainly the character model for the last few months. But in the background, I've been doing a lot of other things. So, for example, for the rest of the afternoon, I'm going to be in File Explorer, renaming footage. That's going to be the rest of my day. So it's not going to be very fun. But it's work, you know? So it has to get done. Delphix says, don't burn yourself out streaming, but it would be fun. Cool, I'll keep that in mind. I'm thinking maybe ramping it up, not every day, but maybe like 2 or 3 times a week, perhaps? Maybe like Wednesday to Friday, that's what I'm thinking. And I'm thinking, maybe, because I noticed something. I'll full screen myself here, because I'm going to talk to you directly now, before I leave. While we're talking about streaming, I might as well let you in on what I'm thinking about. Because on top of all this, I've been doing a lot of reflecting content-wise. I talked a bit about it a few weeks ago. And I've noticed something on Twitch, where they've changed their terms of service. Because some of you that have been around for a while know I used to stream on Twitch and switch to YouTube, because I think we did that because a lot of people didn't know about the Twitch channel. And the Twitch channel was actually doing okay, but a lot of people that were watching me on YouTube had no idea what was going on. So I moved to YouTube so that everyone could kind of, it was all in one place. But I think Twitch recently changed their terms of service to allow multi-streaming, to permit it and not ban you for it. Which means I could stream on Twitch and on YouTube at the same time. And I'm starting to notice a lot of people doing that now. The thing is, though, is that if I'm going to put in that much effort to multi-stream, it isn't really worth it, I don't think, if it's only a day a week. I don't think it's worth it, because with Twitch, one of the reasons I left was partly for the audience, to keep it consolidated, but also because to grow on Twitch, you have to be there all the time. And I couldn't really commit to it. It was just too much mental, it was too much for me at the time. But I'm a bit older now, because I started streaming on Twitch, at the very start of the pandemic, and it's been a hot minute since then. And I think I could take on a bit more. but I've been just trying to figure out the right way to do it, because I have to come up with a good schedule, and I need to be consistent, and I have to not be annoying. That's the other thing, is that if I start streaming too much, on YouTube anyway, it might get a bit irritating. And I don't want that to cut into time for making the content that people on YouTube, because then there's most of you on YouTube are not here on the streams. You guys are waiting for me to release the devlogs, where I kind of go through everything I do here, but in a more concise way. So that's one of the reasons I haven't already started trying to multi-stream yet, is because I've just been trying to clean up a lot of the project files for that stuff. But as I continue working on that, I want to start maybe transitioning to doing a bit more stream type stuff. So you guys let me know what you think of that. That's just an idea. Because I think with Twitch as well, because I know some people prefer, because Twitch had some features I kind of miss, like bits. They had like bits, and they had points, which YouTube doesn't have, and I kind of miss that. But at the same time, I don't want to keep my YouTube people left out in the dark. So I'm thinking of just doing it on both, and having like, so if people that are on YouTube that don't really care about Twitch, they can come and watch, and then people that are kind of more into the live type content, I think they would be more likely to be on Twitch, I would guess. And I think it would work better if I was live there more. So if I was doing maybe from Wednesday to Friday, I don't know how long I would go. That's the thing I haven't figured out yet, because I want to really figure that out first before I fully commit. But you guys, I don't know, let me know what you think, if that's something you'd be down for. The thing is, I will warn you, is that if I do stream more, you're going to see a lot of boring, it's going to be very boring, like the type of, because this is, game dev, as you've seen, is not fun and games, okay? It is work. However, I do see a lot of people on like Twitch doing game dev streams, and I've tried watching some of them, and I've been unbelievably bored. So maybe, I don't know, maybe that's just par for the course, I don't know. But yeah, that's something else that's been on my mind as I've been doing all this stuff. Thought I'd just let you in on it, see what you reckon. Snubbill says, just joined membership last week. Good luck with the women flip animation. Thank you. Stream on YouTube to draw attention to your Twitch. Yeah, that might be a good idea as well. Well, I think I was kind of, because I know YouTube is my main lightning rod. I think I'm going to be drawing attention to them with the videos. The videos get the most, they are like my big, they get most attention. But I think with Twitch it's a bit different. The thing I've noticed, having done Twitch for a bit, we're gonna get, this is turning into an SEO stream now. This is turning into a what that's not called SEO anymore, they call it something else. This is turning into a streamer analytics stream now. Because the thing I've noticed is Twitch does not promote organic growth unless you are always live. So the strategy is you have to bring in external traffic, which is what I was doing. But it doesn't really work. I've noticed it doesn't work if you're not live that much. And I think the minimum I've seen recommended is 3 days, at least 3 days a week, 3 times a week, and have it very regular. And then the people that make most of the money on Twitch that do really well, they're there all the time. They're like XQC, you know, they're live 24/7. So I can't do that, obviously. That's a bit too much for me. I'm not a, you know, I don't have the energy to sit and watch YouTube all day, sadly. But I've noticed with Twitch, or just with streaming in general, it seems to work better when there's like, not necessarily that the quality of the content is higher, but it's one of those things where consistency is kind of the name of the game, I'm noticing. But that's just my observations anyway. Pick Static likes watching the boring bits. Well, thank you. That does mean a lot. Because, you know, I don't know what's fun. Because for me, I don't know, like, this is fun. Like, doing the flips was fun, but everything before this has not been fun. It has been just kind of hard, right? And I mean, of course it is. So, you know, a lot of the time I think, like, God, why would anyone want to watch me suffer like this? But then I look at the game dev category and, like, there's people there doing it, and it's like, oh, well, maybe people like watching suffering, the endless suffering. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Oh yeah, well, I'll definitely keep up both chats. The thing I have to look at, this is why I haven't gone into it yet, is because I do need to figure out the proper way to do it if I'm going to go multi-platform. Because I know that there are different ways to do it. I'm trying to find a way that is not expensive, that will allow me to easily, it's convenient and cheap. That's the thing I'm looking for. So if there's some kind of tool that has like both chats consolidated in one source, that'd be awesome, because I don't want to have two open at once. And of course, just having it broadcast out too. I'm sure that would just be tied into one service, I'd imagine. So I have to look into that, because I haven't yet. And I know that things are usually more complicated than they seem. So ecstatic like my topology streams. Oh, thank you. I mean, I didn't like doing the topology, I'll admit, but I'm glad that I did do it. I'm happy of the results, but the way to get there, man, it was I wouldn't do it again. I mean, I would have to do it again if I wanted to do another character, but I mean, I guess it'd be easier now that I know what to do. But it was definitely stressful. You could probably see me visibly sweating during those ones. Do I have any rigging tips? I have too many to list. Depends on what you're doing. The first tip that just comes to mind that's pretty broad is don't be afraid to use triangles in your topology, which is really more of a topology tip, but it really matters in rigging. That would be the one I'd think of, because I kept getting told all the time that triangle bad, but that's rubbish. It's completely rubbish now that I'm using them. So don't, if someone tries to tell you you have to have all quads for your rigging, they don't know what they're saying. Just ignore that. Just, you know, use tris thoughtfully. But that's, again, I guess that kind of counts as a rigging tip, but it's really more of a topology tip, but it affects the rigging. Restream? Oh, I have not heard of that. Let me look that up. Restream. Maybe I have heard of it. How? Oh, I have to register. I'll look into this. If it's convenient and cheap, I will do it. Splash Screen built your own chat aggregator. Interesting. Because here's the thing. This is why this is important. Because some of you might be wondering, Ray, why do you need to have Twitch chat and YouTube chat open? Because the other thing about the Twitch TOS is that if you do multi-stream to different platforms, you have to not discriminate against the chat source. So you can't make the experience worse for any one platform. Which means if I have this up running, if I ignore Twitch chat and just focus on YouTube chat only, that's against TOS. I can't do that because I'm discriminating against the Twitch viewers. So that is not allowed. I don't know how they enforce it, but I know that it's typically a good idea to stay in TOS usually. So that's something that you have to kind of figure out is how you do it. So I'll check out Restream. But yeah, because I do kind of miss some of Twitch's stuff with the channel. I really miss the channel points. Because that was really fun. I used to have this thing, for those that weren't there, on the during the Twitch era, we used to have channel points, and if you when you watch the stream, you just get points. And I made one really expensive reward called Gabi Trivia, and it was like 5,000 points. It would take you like maybe, I don't know how long it would take. I think it would take you like a month of watching to like earn that amount of points. And then when people would drop them, the idea was you redeem Gabi Trivia and you have to ask Gabi a question. And then I would phone up Gabi, who is real. I'm not making this up. She is real. And I would call her up and I'd say, yo, Gabi, so-and-so asks, what's your favorite food? And then Gabi would tell me, because she's shy. She won't talk to you guys, but she'll talk to me. So she'll tell me and then I tell you guys the answer. And that was really fun. I missed that because Gabi's missed you guys too. Because YouTube doesn't have that kind of system. We can't really do that here. But yeah, that'd be fun. There's probably more. There was more stuff too, like Hydrate. I don't know if anyone remembers that one, where everyone would just spam to remind me to drink water. And there was some other ones, like Control S to save. And there was another one, I can't remember what it was. But I miss that. I miss it. Depending on the stream length, it could take less than a week. I mean, it could. I think a lot of people did hoard the points, because when I said I was going to do my last Twitch stream, everyone started spamming Gabi Trivias, and I got like 20 of them in like the span of like 5 minutes. So I know that people tend to hoard them, the points, and save them for the most inconvenient moment. But it's It's funny. But yeah, so that's just what's on my mind. Nothing to do with rigging, but I just thought I'd let you in on my plans. I don't like to do that a lot. I don't like to tell people what I'm gonna do before I do stuff, but I'm trying to be more communicative this year. So there we go. Anyway, guys, I really should eat. I still have half my muesli bar left, so I'm gonna chomp down on that and do more file management in File Explorer for the rest of the day. Very fun. So thanks for coming by, guys. I appreciate it. If you want to see some more, if you want to see a more, well, if you have a suggestion for a schedule, like time zones and stuff, leave them in the comments when I click end live, because don't put it in live chat because I'm not going to see it. But if you, when this ends, wait for it to end, and then you'll be able to leave a comment underneath. Comment there a suggestion for like a schedule, and I'll have a look at it later. But yeah, thanks guys for sticking around. Appreciate you. I'll see you next time.